corners are all Magpies. Nick Dacos to Maynard. Chanced his arm right through the middle and did it sterlingly. Pendlebury marks and plays on. Ginnivan's his man. Sard against him. Elliott's the third there. The ball is his. The moment arrives. Elliott kicks the goal. Collingwood have closed like the Grim Reaper. They hit the front with 1 minute and 42 seconds to go. And they hold Carlton's heart in their hand right now. 34 seconds left. The most important 34 seconds in a Collingwood-Carlton clash in 30 years. Josh Dacos long down the line. Good representation. Wiedering wins the footy. Blasts it to half forward. Bouncing ball. Awkward. Got past Cripps. Nick Dacos punches it out wide. It eluded Cottrell. It falls for Hoskin Elliott. He's on the burst. He's kicked for half forward. Johnson presents. Young the spoil. Young wins the footy. Smothered from the side by Lipinski. Heroic deeds. McCreary lost the footy. Carlton lost the game. It's unimaginably cruel. The worst of fates for Carlton. The greatest of deeds for Collingwood. No team has been better in the game's history at the close finish. And they pull it out in the last quarter with a 5-0 withering burst to win by a point and put their place in the top four. And as Blues fans leave the grounds, it's a ninth straight season without finals. See the very first shouting as all very first show. Oh, the premierships again for the good old Collingwood.
Never gets old, that. Never gets old. Never gets old. And I think we'll watch that again at some stage in the stream. So we were going to have a Carlton person on. So that was the next best thing I could find. And so we've joined by four legends. Waiting the most patiently has been Lucas, Geelong Zone. How you going, mate?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Yourself, Matt?
Yeah, not bad. I'm going to call you Wizard as long as you're wearing that hat.
How you doing, Sean and Adrian?
Going great, mate. Going great.
Good.
Great to hear you. You've woken me up, mate. You're a ball of energy. I love it.
Mate, you're doing fantastic stuff on your YouTube channel, mate. Keep going and you'll get there in the end, eh?
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
You will. Have you calculated how long it will take you to get to every player?
Don't tell me that, mate. So my partner, because I've been speaking about it to her for a couple of weeks. I said, "Oh, this is what I'm thinking of doing. What do you reckon?" She's like, "Yeah, great idea." Anyway, she's watched the first couple and she goes, "How many players have played for Collingwood?" And I go, 1,200. And she's like, "Oh fuck! I thought it was like 300, 400. I'm like, "Nope, 1,200." So her support might not last much longer, mate. Lucas, have you got a spare bedroom?
Oh, gee, mate. Well, you only have to do one every day, mate, and you'll get there in 5 years.
Exactly.
What I was thinking you could do, Age, is that there could be, for players where there's not much on, you could just have a quick, just a screenshot with their basic statistics, and you could run through, 4, 5, 6 in quick succession, and then the ones who have got the most info, then you sort of comment on those verbally. I don't know, because I was thinking, yeah.
I was thinking that, Matt, but it's just not me, mate. I can't do it. I can't do it. So, look, who knows? After 100, 200 players, I could just give up, but I'm just going to keep trying, mate. Try my best.
You'll get there. You'll get there.
That's it.
Nah, just set a
No,
goal. Just set
good
a
concept.
goal. Do 100, and then you know what? I've done 100. Do I keep going or do I stop? Just find a little target, and you'll get there, mate.
Thank you,
you
mate.
you could do like a couple of hours at a time and chop them all up. So that's the other way that'd be time effective, and you've still got the same product but less of your time.
Want to know the craziest thing?
What's that?
Yeah, am I still there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm also going to do the 400 odd Australian Test cricketers.
Oh, okay.
See, I like that one. That's a good one.
There you go.
Lucas might want to collab with you on that.
Yeah, I might.
I might get him, mate. I might get him for a couple.
It's actually kind of interesting. Actually, cricket was mentioned because my dad was actually on the phone to someone literally like half an hour ago, and he was saying about apparently he knows. So apparently with like the girls' side for cricket, apparently he knows cap number 6 and 9. And that's actually like not even a joke. So whoever was cap number 6 and cap number. Actually, now that I've just realised what I've just said, but like, but they were part of the first ever team.
Sure, they were cat number 6 and 9.
yeah, they were great friends too, apparently.
Come on, Sean.
I just realised what I said. Anyway, I just thought like you just brought that up. I'm like, that's really like weird how much of a it's a small world. Is that the saying? Like,
yeah.
Apparently they were part of the first ever girls team. So I might. Now that you mentioned that age, I might see if I can get I don't even know if they're still around or when they even started. So I might try to follow that up.
Yeah, you're speaking to the wrong person. I know very little about women's cricket, especially 100+ years ago. I think it's been going a long time. So, yeah.
I want to say at least the 80s.
Oh no, much before then. They've been playing a long time. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know when it was official though. Maybe there was official dates or something when they started getting caps or whatever. But there was a few early Australian cricket women champions.
And Sean?
Yep. Hey fellas, how's everyone doing?
Good. Feeling 100% or getting close to it?
Yeah, I mean, close enough to start talking. It doesn't take much of for me to talk. So, if I'm asleep in a few hours, you'll find out. Because if I ain't talking, I'm sleeping.
Awesome stuff. So, is there before we're expecting Hotkey? I've invited him. Bergs will drop in a bit later, and hopefully Ray and Void at some stage as well. So, while we're waiting, is there anything Geelong related you wanted to talk about, Lucas? And in the chat, is any Geelong questions you've got for Lucas to get it going?
It's a party, Matthew. You've got rid of one of your players, and today we've got rid of one of our players.
Wow.
So, what are the coincidences of that? Yes, Tyson Stengel. Geelong are finding a way to remove him for the club, and it's just a matter of how much will he get paid, and all legal proceedings and that bullshit. But we're no longer held hostage towards him now. So, he's no longer holding us hostage now with contracts and that. So that is good news for us.
That also must be like an AFL thing, right? Because if Bobby Hill and Stengel are all happening at the same time, that must have been the AFL must have stepped in.
Yeah, well, mate. Maybe they both orchestrated this. Maybe it was both of their plan from the beginning. Maybe, but no, we got rid of Stengel. He can move on. Bad news is Matthew and age and greatness. is that Dangerfield wants to play on next year. That's the bad news.
Of
So
course he
we've
does.
got rid of one. We got rid of one fuckwit, but we're going to keep another fuckwit. So if there's any chance that you want to play, you want Patrick Dangerfield, you're more than welcome to have him. Because yeah. There you go. Ian talks about potential exit. There you go. Fantastic.
Is that the day after? Basically, the day after the announcement about Hill, you've got exactly the same. Pretty much just replace the person in that photo with a different jersey, and it's the same, exactly the same news. So it looks like some sort of lockstep situation going where both clubs have acted almost at exactly the same time. So potentially what's happened is the clubs were both talking to each other. Hey, how are you going about this? Obviously, Bucks is there. They're probably on the phone to each other. They're on the phone to the AFL. Can you help? And the AFL's thought to themselves, well, this is the exact same situation almost. Maybe going.
It's actually crazy how close they are. Like outside of Bobby Hill winning and Norm Smith, they're pretty much the exact same, like, player pretty much. Like, it's kind of wild.
Yeah. So I think the AFL has basically come back to, this is what we're going to do, and they told them both separately, hey, we're doing this, and we've told Collingwood this is what we're doing. We're going to help out with Hill, get it off the cap or whatever. Yeah, and Geelong, you go with it the next day in your news, and this is what clubs can do if this sort of shit happens to you. But I think clubs are just going to. Like what are the three people got in common? You've got Jamara. It's happened with Stengel. It's happened with Bobby. So they're going to, unfortunately, they're going to be wary about drafting the Indigenous boys. So,
absolutely, Matty.
I think they've got to think. If you're in Collingwood, if you're down south, like Berg mentioned the other day, the issue is the climate is a bit of an issue for them, So who knows? But that's looks like it's a lockstep thing, making the same decision that fits all for these guys, and it's just a bit of not a coincidence that it came out at the same time.
No, it has to be AFL related. Surely AFL House, like.
Oh, look at this! Look at Hodge. Luke says Hodge tonight says should stick in the salary cap. Oh, good on you, Hodge. Collingwood.
Yeah, get stuffed, mate. Absolutely get stuffed.
What a flog that guy is.
Yeah. No, just wait about 2 years' time when Hawthorn or Hawthorn or Brisbane have a player equivalent, and then you'll be saying the opposite.
Why should it sit in our salary cap?
This the only fault of the fault of this is there's three groups at fault here for these type of deals. The AFL, the AFL Players Association, and the clubs. They all agreed to this. So young lads are going to take advantage of this stuff.
Yeah.
They've worked out. You're telling me, manager, that this collective bargaining agreement, if I want, I can stay home and play video games, say that I'm sad, and I'll still get paid. Yes. All right, I'm doing that.
Yeah. You know what the biggest issue is? You've got a powerful players association that just backs up these players no matter what. I understand unions are important in certain aspects and you need that, in a functioning working society. I get it. However, there should be circumstances like this where even that union comes out and says, no, look what Bobby's doing, he's taking the piss here. You don't have to say it along those lines, but you have to uphold a certain standard. And you say, no, Bobby's, he's not towing his end of the bargain, which is maybe what's happened behind the scenes. We don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe the Players Association have just said to Bobby and his management and Collingwood and the AFL, well, look, we can't support this guy. Like, he's not doing enough to show us that he's fair income, so we can't protect him any longer You know, maybe that's just been a part of it. And likewise with Stengel, maybe it's just as simple as that.
What I think is would have happened is don't know about Geelong, don't know about Collingwood, but I would suggest what they would say in conjunction with the Players Association and the AFL and their lawyers. They've said, okay, so because the clause is if a player says he's got mental health issues, it needs to be treated like an ACL. It's the same as it's an injury. Okay.
Yeah.
So then the club would go back to the AFL Players Association and say, okay, so to what extent, like what sort of parameters can we put in place so that we know that, okay, they're all right, we're going to stick by him. The kid's got mental health issues, but we don't want to be taken for a ride. Yeah. So they'll say, okay, so what you need to put in place is some KPIs. Okay, so he's going to see a psych twice a month. So it's a proper assessment. Yes, he's got health issues. He's doing, I don't know, this box is being ticked. This box is being ticked. If you're giving him goals, is he doing it? So like we're going to stagger him back. We want him to get to 2 trainings a week. We want him to, so whatever it is, and the player agrees to it. And I think what the club, if they were smart, they would have done this. And then after a while, if Bobby or Tyson are not ticking those boxes, then the club goes, hey, we did this. We did the right thing. You're not holding up your end of the bargain. And then they all go to the AFL and whatever and said, well, look, Bobby, the club could now actually take you to court. If you want to push this till 2030, it's not legitimate. You haven't got the receipts to say that you have got mental health issues because you haven't been doing the psych assessments, whatever it is, whatever the KPIs, to be fair to all parties. And so then they come ahead and say, okay, so how do we do this? And Bobby goes, okay, I want to go to the Gold Coast. Okay, let's try and make that happen. And then, so we're on the hook for 2 million as it is. That'll end up being closer to probably over 1 million. So we get a million we don't have to pay. And it would be common sense if the AFL says, all right, that other 1.2 million that's left, that's not going to count towards the salary cap. Why, Luke Hodge? Because we have done everything we can to bend over for this bloke. We're paying him 20 grand a month or more to not get value out of him, and he's not even on the long-term injury list. So we've done everything we can. Is it really fair? We're taking a chance. We're giving this young kid a go, an Indigenous boy at that. Aren't we supposed to support those that from disadvantaged minority, right? So is it really fair that that's in our salary cap? No, it's not. So.
Also, as well, just for the future of just this stuff, could we treat and again, people can say, well, this whole mental health excuse is full of it and all this stuff, but I'm just sort of like wondering if hypothetically, let's just say that there are players going through it, is there a way where we could treat mental health like, because what I think someone was saying before, can we treat it like it is an ACL? They are out for 12 months, but like again, you hit all these notes.
You can.
And because then at that point you can just go, okay, we can treat it as an ACL. You've got 12 months to get your shit together. At least there's like a maturity about that. At least there's a system, there's a standard, there's it's not just I don't feel that well, I'm not turning up, and then when I don't turn up, because I think there was I don't know if this was a part of the rumors or a part of the reports, but there was at one point where Bobby Hill didn't even contact the club for like 2 or 3 weeks, like just made no communication at all at some point. There just has to be standards, and the fact that he did this right after signing a contract. And even though, when he did sign that contract, he would have wanted to be here. And then obviously other things like happened, and I won't get into all that stuff. But it's just really strange to me how we just don't have a system in place for these scenarios. Because because it just has to at this point. We've had 2 players from 2 separate clubs. We even had Jamal Uka-Hagan last season with whatever happened with him last year. Like, again, it's like, okay, we can I don't know, this might be a poor way to say it, but we can allow these things to happen, but like, let's actually set rules around it. It's like, okay, you can do all these things, but you are not going to take the piss in it. You know, like you are not going to say, oh, I just don't feel well, or I just can't be stuffed turning up to training, or I can't be stuffed doing the, you know, all the things that all players probably don't like, doing media or whatever, all this stuff. Yeah. So, yeah, okay, you can do that. You can say all these things, but yeah, let's just set a standard in place so, you know, so that at least everyone has like a win-win scenario out of it. Because again, life happens, like family can, you know, you could have family issues, you could have whatever going on in the background.
Here's something to think about. This is one of the many reasons why I want a change of captaincy next year. How many people out there, and I've been educating them out there on social media, what percentage of people do you think know this clause as part of the collective bargaining agreement with the AFL Players Association? What percentage of people would know that's why someone like Bobby or Tyson can get away with not playing for months, sometimes years, and get paid? Right now, wouldn't the president of the Players Association, wouldn't it be good if he came out on AFL 360 or classifieds or whatever and told the general public what this collective bargaining agreement means? And because people are freaking out about this, especially Collingwood supporters, and I imagine Geelong supporters going, how can this guy, you know, not turn up? If any other worker did that, they would have been sacked within 2 weeks. I'm not giving them excuses, but wouldn't it be nice if the public was told by Darcy Moore, the captain of the player in question? Wouldn't it be good if he came out and did a press conference and explained to everyone that Bobby's actually potentially not even breaking the rules under this clause in the contract? Again, I'm not defending Bobby, but where has Darcy Moore been?
Yeah.
The president of the AFL Players Association, telling the public what's going on.
Yeah, well, even back to like Darcy Moore, like even when Patrick Dangerfield was a part of it, like I remember hearing like his comments through like 2020 through like the COVID times, and when, you know, Dangerfield was basically trying to advocate for shorter quarters in games. You know, and we all know why he said that. Like we all know why, because, you know, Dangerfield's about Dangerfield. I can't speak too much to what Moore is like, because, you know, I haven't really heard him talk too much on behalf of the AFLPA, which that might be, you know, there might be a reason to that. But I just find it weird. Why are we having guys that are running the AFL Players Association and they're so pro player to the point where they don't even care about anything outside of the players? Like, I feel like if you're going to be a part of it, I feel like you have to cater to all aspects. Like, you have to be pro player, pro club.
That's a contract.
Just pro everything, not just pro players. If you know what I mean.
Contract is an agreement of two parties coming together. One offers the contract, and then there's an acceptance, and we now have an agreement between two bodies or two men or women. That's a contract. If the contract is favouring one of the parties unfairly, then is that party who's being unfairly treated, are they accepting that under duress or under some sort of pressure? Like what are the players threatening they're going to strike if we don't accept that type of a clause? See, Void's brought up here that Paul, who some of you would know as Peter Buckley, who comes on our streams a lot. He's a good authority on the topic, described a way organisations have to approach someone out on leave. And he was the one who brought it to our attention about the mental health aspect of this. And where theoretically, in theory, if Bobby was ticking all the boxes, he could stay on within that contract and be paid till 2030, till the end of that contract. So what we're in the process now of doing is negotiating a payout where he'll get half of that money straight away.
At the end of the day,
Good-
you've got
good job if you
Collingwood
can get it.
supporters. You've got Collingwood supporters and you've got Geelong supporters that are probably been scratching their heads for 6+ months. Clubs have been silent on it. Players Association is silent on it. AFL is silent on it. Everyone's silent. Everyone's none the wiser. Then today we get obviously confirmation that it looks like it's coming to a conclusion for both clubs. Great news. The players will be gone, and that's it. However, I'll tell you right now, this is not a racist statement. I would be very, very careful in the future drafting, trading for anything of the sort when it comes to Indigenous guys. I would be doing my due diligence through the roof, because this can turn a club from a premiership contender to a cellar dweller if something goes horrifically wrong with a contract or two with some of these Indigenous guys. You have just got to be so bloody careful going forward now.
Yeah.
It's just a complete and utter fucking mess.
Yep. And
especially as well because in terms of the topic itself, it's a topic that needs to be discussed. But I just feel like I just don't see clubs being brave enough to be putting it out there. And this is a genuine concern. The fact that
they won't. Oh, you mean the policy?
Yeah.
The policy of choosing not to draft Indigenous boys?
Yeah, well, just anything around
not.
Indigenous guys in general. The fact that if there's going to be a club that's going to have a stance of, okay, let's have, because really in theory, the standards should be high picking up players, period. But it's but I think, as what Age was saying, is that you do have to do essentially more research when it comes to these guys, because it's kind of as if they live a completely different culture.
It is. It's cultural. It's not. It's not racial at all. It's a cultural thing.
Absolutely.
And the only way they can do it is just put in provisions in place where if you've got a boy coming from a totally different cultural background from someone who's going to Scotch College, then it's got to be I guess that's kind of why someone like Cyril Rioli was at Scotch College. I think it was one of those private schools. I guess they're trying to get him used to a very different culture to where he come from the top end. So, being on time for meetings and stuff like that might not be something that he was used to, where he came from. So you'd have to be super, super strong and confident that if you're going someone who's coming that's going to have such a cultural conflict, that you have to just bend over backwards to make sure that it's going to be a fit, or else it is a risk. And it's not about discriminating. It's against you. It's about you are dealing with different cultures.
Yeah.
And what can you do to improve these players when it comes to a cultural stance? All I hear is that, you got to give them better support. You got to give them more support. How? What kind of support? With Tyson, we gave Eddie Betts was looking after him for a while. Eddie Betts left the club.
That's it.
That's what you need. And then look,
you actually need other Indigenous boys strong who have got really strong leadership and have got a track record like an Eddie Betts. I'm not a big fan of Eddie Betts, but let's use him as an example. And that's why that's why they are much more comfortable going to a club where there are more of an Indigenous group there, because they feel like, I've got my people around me.
Yeah,
that's how.
Another good example.
What's that?
So Sean Burgoyne's another good example.
Yeah. So someone like the guy's played 400 games.
The problem is, Matt, the clubs don't want to pay for that person to come to the club, or the person would want money to come to the club to be an advisor for these Indigenous kids. That's the problem, I think with that, because I think Geelong, he came to the club And then after a while, he left, or whether it was pay dispute or whatnot, I'm not quite sure, but he left. And then Stengel, I'm not saying that's the sole reason, but then Stengel went off the boil a little bit, and because there was no Indigenous person there, no one could get his point of view across. So I think we need more Indigenous players or former players, and they don't have to be, superstars, but at least known. Get them around them, pay them, and get them to look after these guys to say, you know what, if they're having a bad day, they can talk to a Sean Bergwijn, they can talk to an Eddie Betts, hell, they can talk to a Lance Franklin. Get them to the club and pay them. If you really care about Indigenous, if clubs really care about Indigenous players playing at their club, then you'll get the best support for them. And I don't think they're doing that. I don't think they're doing that, Matt, to an extent.
I will say this, though. What's also stopping someone... So hypothetically, let's just say it's like Eddie Betts. What's stopping Eddie Betts from going to a certain club and being like, hey, my in terms of the market value, my market worth is, say, $200,000 per year as a coach. If he's going there through the Indigenous programs and he's helping the Indigenous players improve and be a part of the culture, are we what's him to say, hey, you need me as this Indigenous person inside the club? I don't want 200K now, I want 300K. But then also the clubs could be doing the same. It's like, oh well, we kind of don't necessarily need Indigenous players. We'll pay you 100K instead of 200. So it's like there's also that. I feel like that aspect as well, where that can go either way too. So it's if the market value is a certain amount.
What it comes down to.
Yeah, go on, Matt.
Just going to say quickly, what it comes down to is a football club is a business at the end of the day, and they're going to look at risk management. So they're going to say, okay, so we want to get this bloke right in the draft, and they say, oh, he's done 2 ACLs already.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So there's but he'd be a top 5 pick, and you can get him at 35, pick 35. Right, so they're going to go, oh, yeah, okay, 35 would be fair enough, So what the clubs are thinking is that they're thinking here's an Indigenous boy and he's an absolute he's a Liam Jarrah type talent, but he's coming from the Tiwi Islands or somewhere, and it's going to be a total foreign territory to come down to Melbourne, and they're going to say it's a much higher risk that he will not be able to adapt to AFL life. So they're getting a once in a lifetime talent, but the chances of him having a long-term AFL career are a lot lower because of that culture.
Yeah.
So it's hard for the clubs to make that jump, and that's why Matt Rendell got a lot of heat when he said he talked about that sort of stuff. He brought it out in the open, and Matt Rendell's a racist. No, they're looking at it a business point of view. It's a business point of view.
Yeah.
Because the
guy's being honest.
Exactly. It's just a statistics thing.
Yeah. It's really sad seeing the Indigenous players like this, because they read some people like it or not, they are very important to our history of the AFL, and we've had some absolute champion Hall of Fame Indigenous players, and you're right, Matt. This is happening far too often with these Indigenous players. I just wish that the AFL clubs would appoint an advisory. And it's not just one player. You're looking after every Indigenous player on the club, not just one player. You whatever it takes. If you need to take them out for dinner, if you need to spend time at the house, whatever you do, whatever it takes, because this is happening far too much. And in the end, when it happens, the one that gets hurt is the fan base and the club. Does Bobby Hill really care about what's going on at Collingwood right now? Does Tyson Stengel really care about what's happening at Geelong right now? Absolutely not.
And you've got a huge percentage of supporters who still really care.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Correct.
And that they are totally in the dark that this has come about. I'm not taking responsibility away from Hill and Stengel, and I'm not taking responsibility away from the club because but it's come about. The main reason it's come about because of this stupid collective bargaining agreement, which just leaves it open for people to take the piss.
Absolutely.
And that's what's happened.
Yeah,
So
you're spot on.
And
if there's holes in
ridiculous.
something, if it can be exploited, it will be exploited. And that's the reality of the situation. Yeah, 99% of people aren't, but the 1%, 2%, whatever it is, are going to take the piss. And seemingly, again, not a racist comment.
No.
It seems to be the Indigenous players overwhelmingly that are taking the
Statistically
piss out of the system. All right? And no one talks about this stuff. Anyone that does in mainstream gets slammed. I'll probably get fucking slammed. Not here, but I'll get fucking slammed for having that opinion anywhere else. This is the reality. Yep. No one wants to have the tough conversation about the reality of the situation. These Indigenous boys do not adapt to the AFL lifestyle, especially in Melbourne. They do not adapt. So the AFL need to take responsibility. You can't blame the clubs. You need to blame the AFL because they've got to say, okay, we're going to put provisions in place. We have to have safety nets for the clubs. We need this, we need that. We need them to know they've got full confidence. If they want to take Matt mentioned Liam Jarrah before, great example. If they want to take a punt on a Liam Jarrah, they're not going to be on the hook when it all goes tits up. We'll support them if it goes tits up. Because instead, the situation you're going to find now is, like I mentioned before, a club like Collingwood right now is going to say, no, we just don't want to go through this bullshit again. And we've heard 1% of what's happened internally. We've heard 1% of it out in the public. There would be that much shit that has happened with him, and all the rumours that I've heard, mind you, over the last especially 2 or 3 months of what he's been up to, it's been a disgrace. So the reality is, if the clubs are not protected, if I was advising the club, I would say, do not take any more Indigenous players. Simple as that. And that sounds so horrible. And like Lucas mentioned, they're some of the best players that have ever played the game, especially over the last 50, 60 years. Some of them have been Indigenous footballers. However, risk versus reward, right now, the risk is through the roof. And recently, the reward seems, okay, Bobby's won a Norm Smith. Bobby won a Norm Smith medal. That's the highest of all highs. But now what he's doing is the lowest of all lows. It's just,
Also, same with Stable.
Absolutely. The club needs to say, hey, if all the clubs as well go to the Players Association and the AFL, we're taking all the risk here. This is we can afford it, but this is going to cost us $1 million, and it possibly cost us a flag last year and a year of having a guy on the list when we could have got someone, could have put him on the long-term injury list. There's been a big cost for us. If we're going to go down this path again and support the Indigenous boys and recruit them again, we shouldn't be taking all that risk. We should have you guys backing us up, saying, hey, here's a stipulation in place that if you're affected by this again, and it could be across the whole league, doesn't necessarily have to be Indigenous boys. If you're affected by this clause, for whatever reason, that you're not on the hook for it. At bare minimum, it can't be on the salary cap. It can't be part of the salary cap.
Correct. Yeah, agree with that. See, this is where also, I think sorry, Sean. I reckon if you draft an Indigenous kid, I don't think it should be on your salary. I think there should be a different set of salaries, like salary caps for Indigenous players, in case this stuff happens.
Well, in terms of that, in terms of that, there was I don't think it's official yet, but the AFL we're talking about, I think it was the Category B rookie. They were going to make something equivalent to that, where it was going to be for Indigenous players. So it was going to be a player that would come in, wouldn't be on the salary cap, but you could pay them, I don't know, however much. So, kind of similar to how we got Cox and all those players over the years. Apparently they were going to do it for Indigenous players. That is an avenue that you could potentially go down. I was also going to bring up the Brady Gray, also, you know, the fact that he's been playing our VFL and he is, part of the Indigenous, you know, that whole ecosystem within the club. You know, I feel like even he probably needs to be spotlighted a bit too, because it's like, what is he essentially doing to keep, you know, someone like Hill inside the club, to keep him happy? Like, you know, as much as, you know, we're talking about the AFL, we're talking about Bobby, we're talking about the club, even with Brady Gray, like, you know, like if I'm a, you know, someone that is, well, I guess I am investing in the club, like emotionally and mentally, through, like, you know, calling memberships and things like that. And I feel like we do deserve some answers to our questions around it. Like, what is someone like Brady Gray doing at the footy club? Like, has he gotten his arms around like someone like a Bobby Hill? You know, and it's not to say that, oh, we can just confirm he's done a bad job because of Hill or whatever. That's not necessarily the case, but you know, but again, like, questions do need to be answered. Like, even, you know, I feel like it'd be the same if you know, there was a team, was it Richmond? They had like some 18 injuries. Okay, well, if you're not questioning the medical department at Richmond, I mean, there could be a completely okay reason for Richmond to have all those injuries. But if you're not at the very least asking the questions, okay, why is this happening? Then I feel like the, you know, clubs aren't doing, you know, right by, you know, the people that run them if you know, if those questions aren't then asked. You know, so, and then even with like Leon Davis being at the club, like what sort of impact is he having? Like, you know, because it's not that we don't want these guys. If anything, we actually definitely want them. I mean, I've been watching Bobby Hill highlights basically since Monday, and all I can see is just how electric he was on the footy field, and, you know, how exciting he makes the game look. Like, these guys are incredible footballers. So, yeah, so it's also the fact of, like, we actually want these guys playing. Like, we don't want the opposite. But then, you know, unfortunately, with the way these things are played out, we can't just go into these things blindly. And we have to, unfortunately, go in with a bit of trepidation, which sucks. But it's also kind of the reality with the situation too.
Imagine being a young Indigenous kid, right? And you're seeing the way Jamara, Hill, and Stengel react like this, and nothing's been done about it. You must be sitting there as a young Indigenous kid, thinking, "Geez, it's really bad. It's really, really bad. All I want to do is just play football." You know, and the AFL wonder why Indigenous players statistically on the way down. You wonder why, and yet the AFL won't do anything about it. Yet they'll complain, "Oh, we want to get more participation. The participation's down. Blah blah blah." Well, how about you do something about when a player goes off the cannon? How about actually do something and support the kid, or make some rules in play? You know, this AFLPA, I've said this from day one, I think it's the most useless fucking group in the AFL. What do they actually do? What do they actually do?
Well, they don't do press conferences.
No, they don't. No. So why do they exist? You know, on 360 tonight, Dangerfield was asked about Stengel, and Dangerfield gave the most on-the-fence fucking answer ever. Oh, well, you know, we always want to support, you know, has the support been there? Yeah, we think we've done a good job in supporting, Tyson Stengel. But as a friend, you know, it's really disappointing to see. Well, how about you say something, mate? How about you get your mate Darcy Moore to actually fucking say something and do a press conference and say, you know what, this shit needs to end, and we need to help these Indigenous boys. You know, when do you do something?
It's not helping them. It's absolutely not helping them.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, in terms of Darcy, I'm actually shocked that, like, he literally hasn't just come out and said, like, hey, like, I am all here for players' rights as I'm the president of the Players Association, but this is genuinely just taking the piss. Like, and he doesn't have to say it exactly like that, but But it is though. It is genuinely taking the piss. And again, as much as I hate to bring this up, but like when it comes to Dangerfield and Moore, yeah, like are there any two people that are more sort of down the path of like? And again, I can't speak too much on like Moore and stuff. But obviously, there's been so much evidence to suggest when it comes to Dangerfield, he's all in it about himself, and I'm sure Moore is to some extent. But like these guys, they're only in it for themselves. Like the fact that Dangerfield's had comments being like, "Hey, we need to shorten the game." He only wants to shorten the game so he can prolong his career. Like, and that's the guy you want as your spokesperson. Like that's the guy that. You know, it'll probably like he'll probably say something in a few months' time where it's like, "Oh, can we have 3 quarters instead of 4 quarters?"
Yeah,
you know, that's the
when
type
you
of
hear
dude.
from him.
That's the type of guy that Dangerfield is.
That's all you hear. That's the only thing when you hear from him is when it's money related or fucking doing something to the game that benefits them. That's the only time you'll hear from him. But when it's actual matters, urgent matters, they go quiet. You know. Think of other Indigenous players. I don't know any other Indigenous players on Collingwood's list, but have you got any others, Matt, on your list?
Joel Cochran. Joel Cochran. Yeah.
Okay. We've got a young Indigenous kid, Lawson Humphreys, who's been absolutely fantastic. What do you think it does to them when this shit's happening? You know, it can lead to a chain of events that, you know, can be disaster for, you know, not just the Indigenous players going out, but the Indigenous players that are there. You know, because nothing's being done about it.
And it tars them with the same brush as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, so you know, if they're working hard and they're doing all the right thing, then everyone's gonna just like just make generalities based on statistics. It still hurts the ones who are doing the right thing.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, you look at like a young fella in Joel Cochran, who's is this his 2nd year, I think. Imagine what he thinks. He's seen all that shit, and imagine he's probably just going about his thing like any other normal player, and he's probably thinking, "Oh God, look at what Bobby's doing." And mind you, the players would know what he's doing outside of the club as well, more than what we would know. Imagine how embarrassed they would feel. They would, and they probably think it impacts their own career too, because they probably think, "Oh shit, the club's gonna," you know, like it's just that. Like I said, to repeat back what I said, the whole thing's a mess. The AFL do nothing. The AFL Players Association do nothing. They leave it up to the clubs. The clubs probably struggle because financially with soft cap and all that crap, they can only do so much. And then they're left to fucking deal with the fire and put it out themselves. And it's just a disaster, mate. I'm so sick of this. They said that it might get resolved by the end of this month. So it's like a week and a half away. So hopefully it does.
6 weeks somewhere. It was going to take 6 weeks, yeah.
Whatever the fuck it is, I don't care. I'm dying for it to happen because I'm just so done with this whole scenario. And it could have been another thing that derailed our season. You know, it's just so fucking done with it, mate. Fuck off.
Yeah. Another thing you can do is cap the contracts for Indigenous players. Again, that sounds horrible, but you know, you say instead of, you know, a 10-year deal, 9-year deals, whatever for non-Indigenous players, you say we're only going to cap you for 2 years, 2-year contracts. All right, how are you feeling? Do you like where you are going direction of the club? What does the environment look like for you? Would you sign on for another 2 years? Just cap the contracts. Cap the contracts.
Yeah, they won't. That may be a good idea, but then you're faced with a discrimination legislation.
Yeah.
So,
and someone like the Lawson Humphreys may probably deserve 5 years, and he hasn't done anything wrong.
Correct.
Then it affects people. Yeah. Then it affects people who are doing the right thing that might happen to be Indigenous. Yeah. But yeah, it's the fact we've got to come up with solutions like that means it's a mess.
Yeah.
And
that's what we're saying.
I'm just sick of, and I'm just sick of, you know, people saying, "Oh, well, we've got to support them, but they don't say how. They don't figure out an answer. I think we've we've suggested 4 or 5 ideas. But especially the left-wing media, you've got to continue supporting them. How? Have we done that? Don't you think Collingwood have done that? Don't you think Geelong have done that? Don't you think Footscray did that with Jamara? Don't you think Gold Coast have done that? You just can't say, you've got to help them, you've got to support them, you've got to, give some ideas on how we can support them, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Just don't say, we've got to continue doing this and doing that. It's not working.
Yeah, and the AFL play what a sloppy piece of wet toilet paper, the AFL Players Association. Where the fuck have they been? Where the fuck has Darcy Moore been with this whole Bobby Hill thing? Why isn't he coming out and saying, me as the Players Association president, I have taken it on myself. It's my first port of business to not only help Bobby Hill, but other lads who are in the same predicament. We want him back on the field, and I'm really championing this. And it's not a good situation for Bobby. It's not a good situation for the club, and we're trying to do everything we can. Nope.
But
crickets.
We shouldn't be sitting here and saying, "Oh, thank fuck he's left the club." I don't want to feel that about any player when it comes to that situation. But that's our first reaction. When the news breaks, we think, "Oh, thank fuck that's happened." Jeez, and it's a terrible thing. So someone, the AFL, need to put their finger out their fucking ass and say, you know what? No, we're going to do A, B, and C, and D, and E, F, G, and up to Z to help these Indigenous players get some good culture when they move from Tiwi Islands or Darwin to Melbourne or to Queensland or wherever they go. So it can help them make better decisions and make them stay for longer. And we don't have shit shows like Bobby Hill, Jamara, and Stengel.
Yep.
Got to do better.
Yep.
Yeah. I think as well for me with like Bobby as well too.
This is exactly right. Sorry, Sean.
Oh no, good.
Keep going.
But because I mean, even with this, like the main thing I'm just upset about when it comes to Bobby, it's just how quickly he went from okay, I'm ready to sign a contract, and then we just didn't see him. People don't make choices that quickly, or people don't go from hey, I'm ready to exist for the next 5 years to then next week they're not existing. People don't do that, and I know there's been reasons for that and all those things, but the fact that it's taken this long, and I guess we do have to treat AFL as if it is a business, and there's sometimes you can't just do things overnight, but the fact that we can't just completely void this whole contract and just go, no, the contract didn't exist because Hill never played. The fact that you guys took as long as you did to make this work is commendable as it is. The punishment is already done by literally having him sit out for the past 15 months or however long it's been. That's the punishment. So now that you've done your punishment, you're wiped of everything clean. Because especially because again, and this reaction would literally be for any player. I mean, even if Nick Dacos, if he was to sign a 10-year contract next week, and then the week after we don't see him, and it's $2 million a year for 10 years, no shit, we're all going to be coming after him because it's where the fuck are you?
This is not racially modified. We're just being fair here, And Matt, you hit the nail on the head, mate, when you said you got to treat, whether it's mental illness or whatnot, you got to treat this like an ACL. You got to rehab, which is counselling for these players. If someone has got a mental, I'm not calling Stengel a lie or Bobby Hill a lie or whatever their issues are. But, if they've got a mental illness, all right, you got to see a psychologist once a week or once a fortnight. Can you get to training 2 times a week? No. Okay. Well, can you get to training at least once a month? Can you at least progress? That's why when you do an ACL, when you do an injury, you're progressing forward.
Yeah.
Right. You might have the odd setback, which is fine, but your goal is to progress and to get better. That's where the AFL don't take this seriously. By the way, the mental health and all that bullshit, they They don't take it seriously.
No, it's all lip service.
But, yeah. Counselling. Rehab, counselling. Progress. Okay, you're 3 months in. You're speaking to a psychologist, counsellor, whatever. Can we get you to training? Instead of once a month, can it be twice a month? You take little steps, but they don't take it seriously. They just don't give a shit about it. They sweep it under a carpet, and like I said, the only ones that get hurt are the fans and the club itself. And the AFL rub their hands together and say, "Hey, not our problem." Well, it is, because it's now becoming too much of a problem, and you're doing nothing about it.
Yep. MD, we're talking about.
It's really just anyone in this situation. Like, it's not.
We're talking about this guy.
Hill. It's about anyone. Like literally, if any player,
yes, Bobby Hill
is literally in this situation, these are what the standards should be, and that's even why it's like I don't even get upset when my players leave Collingwood now, like through trades and free agencies and all that stuff, as long as we get compensated for it, because at the end of the day, AFL is a business. AFL is as much as it's awesome and it's amazing when we watch every week and all that stuff. And again, it's why I'm not even that emotional when it comes to Nick Dacos leaving. It's like, yeah, okay, he can leave, but like you got to make sure you cough up, like a whole bunch of first round picks, because that's what he's worth. I just think as an industry, we need to be a bit more mature about it, and a bit more okay, here are the standards, here are the things that you've got to uphold as a player, or even if it's someone inside the club, like the president or whatever. Everyone's got to have standards that they can't miss. You cannot fall under a certain standard. And again, signing a contract and then going the next week. I know someone said, it was like a 6-week difference. It still doesn't matter. Like, that's still, whether it's 1 week or 6, if it's in the same season, it's just as bad. But yeah, it's just, if that's the path that you want to take, okay, but own that path. Don't use the mental health as an excuse. And yeah, if you are staying home, or if you are, I remember, what was it, this season we had the photo day, and he was off at an open day for his own hairdresser shop, because they had an opening for that, and he was doing that, and he said, if you did that in isolation, that's completely fine, because, okay, cool, you're playing every week, you're performing, it was on a photo day and a random day in February, cool, we don't give a shit if you're not there for photo day, that's fine. But when you're continuously not there, and then we find out that you're in an open day for opening up a hairdresser place, that's an issue.
Yeah, and that's where it should be in contract. This is where you're treating it like an ACL. Right? You got mental health, okay? Right. Report to such and such. We don't want to see you at 2 a.m. in a bar at 2 a.m. like Stengel's case. We don't want to see that. If we see that, your contract's whipped up. You're forfeited, and that's what these players' association should get off their ass and put it in contract. That maybe we should do that. Maybe we want to help these players that have problems, but at the same time, we don't want them dicking around at nightclubs at 3 a.m. or staying at home playing PlayStation. How it's like, imagine that you're doing an ACL and then you just play on the PlayStation 300 days a week, or you go to a nightclub. How's that improving your rehab? It's not. So you got to treat it like that. No more fucking playing the PlayStation, sitting home doing nothing. No more fucking nightclubs. No more going to this event. You're committed to Collingwood, right? We'll treat you. We'll put the facilities and the money into help getting you better. We don't want you going to fucking nightclubs and going missing when it's your time to turn up to the plane, and then you fuck off and you don't get seen or heard of. 24 hours later, the nightclub. That's bullshit. No, and we've I think Matt, Sean, and Adrian, I think we've came up with probably 4 or 5 suggestions here. But you imagine we tell our suggestions to the AFL. You know what they're going to say? Oh, you're racist. You don't like Indigenous players. You're racist. No,
Absolutely,
I want Indigenous players just to play just as much as the AFL do, because, like I said, they're an important part of our history. You know, but that's what
They're
they're
special.
doing. Basis. Yeah,
They're special. Like
yeah,
when you've got an Indigenous talent, they've just got X factor.
yes,
You know, guys like Liam Ryan and Andrew Cracker and Bobby Hill and guys like that. If you've got one of those guys in your side, Leon Davis, the type of guys that they can just light up a football field. Of course, we all want them playing for our side. Like, how pumped were we when we won the grand final and Bobby Hill just lit it up? So it's not like we don't want them.
Exactly.
We're football lovers. We want Indigenous boys playing and doing well, and we all want exciting players, whatever cultural or racial background they come from.
Yeah.
But you're right. You try and come up with
like
solutions, and they just come up with call you names.
Yeah,
so maybe like Hill, he's the type of player where he is that spark that lights the fire. And the fire meaning basically like any like form of like motivation and things like that. Like, he lifts like a whole group. He lifts even the supporters, where even the supporters will start cheering, and then you'll have, you might have your Nick Dacos who might be getting tagged or whatever, and he might be having a hard day. He sees a Bobby Hill kick the goal of the year, and even he'll be looking at him and go, "Fuck, that's just incredible." And how sick is that? Like, that'll mentally and emotionally lift him up, and everyone else, like the whole team, basically. So like the impact that he would like have would be absolutely incredible. And I think that's also maybe another thing that's like lost a little bit as well, is that as much as it's been like really sort of disappointing the way he's like finished up, it's also like. As much as like Bobby would only kick 2 or 3 goals a game and stuff, and would never kick 5 or 6 like a Charlie Cameron would, but some of the stuff he would do, like it was just eye catching, and it was just it was just moments that like it was just moments that like it's sort of hard to replicate how much value he actually has, because he impacts in so many ways. And then just to have that, because I guess the other thing that sucks as well, because it just felt like he was yanked from us. That's probably like the other thing as well too, that the feeling of like we had him, and then okay, now all of a sudden we don't, and we don't know when he's coming back. And at first you think, oh, he'll probably be gone for a couple of weeks and he'll be back. 12 months later, the guy didn't come back. And then 3 months after that, it's like, oh no, he's done. We're tearing up his contract, and he's going somewhere. Like,
what
like,
a waste of time. Yeah.
But in saying that, like, he's 2.5 years at Collingwood where he was playing, because it was about 2.5 seasons when you take into account 23, 24 and half of first half of 25. That's 2.5 years of footy that Bobby Hill played for the footy club, and like he was fucking awesome. Like, and that's probably the thing that just hurts the most, is that we had a guy that was just so good. And just, all of a sudden sign a contract, bam, you're just not around anymore. It's like that. Yeah, and I know, and people can react the way that they want to and stuff, and people can get angry. I mean, if anything, I've treated the last few days like it's a damn funeral. Like, I haven't cried, obviously, but like, God, I've come pretty close when I'm watching his highlights, because it's just, you see a guy with so much talent. And I think that's the other thing too, is that he was yanked from us so quickly and abruptly that it's like, oh, okay, now we just don't have Bobby Hill anymore. Like, our best small forward, not only currently, but probably our best small forward, probably since the Leon Davis, we now just don't have overnight.
You know what the problem is with the AFL, Sean, Adrian, and Matt? Too much left-wing dickheads there. Too much of the same fucking opinions. And I don't want to make this a left versus right thing, but you got too much of the same fucking minds, same fucking views, same viewpoints. Where's another person? Like, let's say they got a Nick Revolt or Jason Dunstall. You know, where's the other point of view? You know, because they're just in a world of their fucking own, and they don't give a shit about anyone else's opinion, only in that little bubble. And I'm disappointed with Greg Swan. I'm very disappointed. He's just another fucking media puppet, employed by Andrew Dillon, Laura Kane. You know, there's no fresh points from the other side. You know what I mean? It is just an absolute joke. And the way that these guys, and mainly Andrew Dillon, because again, I don't want to be sexist and be called a sexist, so I'll leave Laura Kane out of it. This Andrew Dillon guy, he's fucking the whole thing up. He's fucking the whole thing up because he's employing the same fucking type of people around him. And it's just an absolute shit show. And when someone has a good idea, oh no, that's not woke enough for our thing. That's not our left field thinking. It is just bullshit. That's the main problem with the AFL. It's too left fucking wing. It's too one viewed politic for me. And until you change that, you've got no hope. You've got no fucking hope.
I'll tell you what actually the worst thing is. The worst thing is the people like your Andrew Dillons that have a massive, and I'll say because we can go, we aren't a PG show. Like the AFL people that just have massive boners for just, you know, wanting to just create something and then to go, hey, I created that, my name is on that change. Like they, like the amount of, like even like the stand rule. I don't even know who the fuck made the stand rule. But I guarantee you that guy would have had the biggest fucking hard on to want that to be a success, to where he could have bragged to his people in the boardroom, bragged, hey guys, I made that stand rule. Fucking it's this whole like circle jerk of like you're wanting to it's whole just like wanting to just be praised for everything you do, even though it's such a small thing, but it's like it's just the fucking egos in this joint is just unreal.
And it's like with the stand with Greg Swan when he got interviewed on 360. Oh well, you know, there's only 6 or 7 paid around. It's not a big deal. It's 6 or 7 too fucking much, mate. It's 6 or 7 far too much. It should be none. It should be the rule should be absolutely black and white, clear as day. I don't want to hear, oh well, there's only 6 or 7, you know. No, it's not that much. I don't want to hear that. You know, that's a Andrew Dillon puppet thing to say. I don't want to hear that. I want to hear, you know what? Yeah, there's a problem here and we're trying to fix it. Don't give me, oh well, it's only 6 or 7 per round. You know, it's not a big deal. No, I don't want to fucking hear that. You know, what the fuck does that mean? What kind of bullshit answer is that? You know, it's fucking up the AFL. It's fucking up the fans' pleasure. Even the commentators call it out. I don't want to hear 6 or 7, you know, 8 or 9, yeah. You know, it's just absolute bullshit the way it is being run right now. Absolute bullshit. I don't care if a left-wing person's fucking owns it or a right-wing, but I want some more ideas from other sides. You know, not just the same fucking side. That would be good. That would be fantastic. Sorry about that, Matt. I went on a rant there.
No, I'm just reading in these comments.
I turned into Manny there.
Actually, I'll put it up. There it is. Yeah, you can have a read of that.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just the state of the world we're living in at the moment, and just not to take it outside of football and stuff, but yeah, God, the way that we just have people high up in the AFL. They just want to have their name on anything that's good, so they can put their balls on the table and be like, yeah, see, look at how big my balls are, and it's just no one cares. No one cares.
Correct.
The
AFL it's one of those organisations where it's a big dick swinging contest, big ego driven organisation. Every day there's press surrounding what you're doing or what you're wanting to do. And so what happens is you get these types that, like, I don't know who referenced it before, but yes, they run the organization as it should be run, whatever. However, there's too much ego. When you compare it to other organizations of that scale, a lot of those operators are quiet. They're in the background. They're just getting things done, succeeding, whatever. The AFL seems to be the sort of organization where it's just purely ego driven. Every head they've ever had's had a massive ego, and they just love themselves really, and that's the reality of it, And I don't know who mentioned it before, but it's a lot of chest pumping in that, and not much fucking real action, and that's why you get situations that have happened with Tyson Stengel and Bobby Hill. Really, you just get these shambolic outcomes, and they just drag on for 12 plus months, and still no resolution really. An update, but no resolution yet. If that's a normal organization, it's dealt with within a month, and then that's it.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
gone forever, mate.
Yep. It's kind of funny because it's kind of like in the video game space when you get like NBA 2K and FIFA and all that stuff, and they'll literally take features away only to bring it back, and then when they bring it back, it's this brand new feature that never been seen before. And it's just like the amount of dick swinging that's in that is just fucking unbelievable. I feel like the AFL do that like every single week with a rule change. Like, yeah.
Put your fucking ego away, boys. Put it away and accept that the game's fucked. There's too many problems. It's more problems now than there was in the fucking 90s, fucking 80s, and you had strikes in there, and you had fucking the league going broke. Back then, they're fucking nowhere near as hectic as it is now. And that's a joke.
You know what they'll point to, Lucas? They'll just say the game's never been more healthy. It's never been more financially viable. They'll just point to that shit, which is all true, has to be said.
Yep.
However, the product itself is not where it should be. This, I believe, is the best game in the world. I know some people disagree with that and whatever, and I'm biased. I'm a bloody Melburnian to my bone, but I believe it's the best game in the world. And I like all sports, and I still think this is the best game in the world by a mile. However, it's nowhere near the level it can be and should be.
Yep.
And that's just because of poor management at the top.
Yep.
I think if you had less, I won't say woke, but if you had less leftist control and it was a little bit more ruthless and a little bit more like treated as the game as it is, just like a tough bloody game. And when you sign up for this fucking game, this is the consequences. This is what can happen to you. But that's the risk you take. If you had a bit more of an attitude like that, I think the game would be 10 times better than what it is right now. Right now, we have too many outside interests that try and tell you, oh, no, concussion this. Oh, no, wrap your arms around this. No, needs to be a little bit more of a ruthless edge in there. And I'm not saying concussion, no, you just throw it out the window. What I'm saying is you need to set up something where the players know when they sign up for this game, these are the risks involved, and it's up to you, mate. Just like an oil rigger knows when he goes to bloody drill oil out the fucking Pacific Ocean, 300 kilometers offshore, he knows there's a chance that one day he could fucking die. Same thing on a football field, mate. There's risks involved. Stop fucking fairy flossing around everything and accept the game for what it is. It's a tough fucking game, and there's risks involved, and the game is at its best when it's tough and hard.
Yep, absolutely. Police, ambulance, all that, they do the same thing. I think it's too much of a find the white road here. I think it's too much of a sooks game. I think it's too much sooking. Again, concussion, serious thing. Mental health, serious thing. But I think there's some priorities where we focus too much on and not enough on the other things that we should be. But yeah, I'm gonna make a chocolate milk. So I'm just gonna go off camera for a bit. End of rain, eh? Jesus, fucking hell.
Beautiful, mate. Enjoy.
Will do. Thank you. Be back in 5.
No worries, mate. All right,
I
Sean.
was actually going to talk about Lucas's favourite player, Jordan De Goey, because it's his special week this week.
It is 200 games. Who would have thought he'd fucking get there, mate?
Talent-wise, I had no issues, but unfortunately, it was everything else that we had to be concerned about, unfortunately.
Well, you know what? 200 fucking games, mate, is a massive achievement because, to be fair, like I said, there was periods of time there where I thought he was going to get cut. I thought he was going to get traded, all the above. But it's great to see he's going to pull on his 200th cap, and that's a great achievement because he's in career best form as well, mind you. And yeah, really just fucking sensational. So he's hoping he's still got another 2 or 3 years left in the tank because, yeah, he's the sort of guy we need to fucking be fit and firing if we're any chance of doing anything in September.
Hey, Void, how's things?
Hey guys, how you doing? I've been listening.
Void.
I will say this though: when it comes to Chris, you need to stop making Chris bully you trying to be on this show. I feel like it's been 3 times now he's asked you to jump on.
Oh well,
Poor
he's my master. I'm his slave.
Yeah.
Void and Ray
Come on, Chris.
They've done about 80 hours in the last fucking week. It's ridiculous.
It's just not good enough. Step up the efforts. God.
Had a Bob Hoskins movie up.
Hey guys, sorry, just quickly, I've just put a link to Age's new YouTube channel.
Yes, we should check it out.
I've awesome concept. He's going to document every single Collingwood player in history, and he's I've watched part 1. Awesome stuff. Video 1. So yeah, keep up the good work, Age. Jump on there. Make sure everyone's subscribed. So
absolutely
can't have too much Collingwood content out there.
That's my favourite type of Collingwood content. Is I'm obsessed with obscurity, and in general, I think it's an awesome thing just to find out, remember that guy who played 3 games for us? I wonder where he ended up, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, you're like me, Void.
Yeah,
I'm always
especially the 80s and 90s, because that was when I was watching a lot of football, and I just have a photographic memory of those guys, but I don't know much about the guys before my time. So it'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
So then, AJ, are you planning on videos every day? Is it a video a day, or what's the upload schedule like?
Sean, honestly, it's so what I found is the research itself into each individual player is anywhere from half an hour to an hour.
Yeah.
So look, to put together one video with 3 or 4 players, you're probably looking at a 4-hour process all up.
Yeah.
So my aim is to drop 2 a week.
That's fun.
And it's just one of those things. There's going to be times where I can do a heap, but I probably won't drop them all at once. I'll probably just drip feed the drops to keep it consistent. But yeah, I don't want to do the old fashioned start really hard and then just burn the fuck out. I'd much rather do it, when I've got time and when I don't want to rush it either. You don't want to be, I don't want to do a 10-minute, all right, 10 minutes, bang, that player's done next. I sort of really am trying to dig really hard and look into a few, obscure places and whatnot and try and find little nuggets and that. Obviously, the guys that are super old, it's virtually fucking impossible. But it's just one of those things. It's going to be a time thing. When I got time, I'll do it. And drip feed, hopefully 2 a week. That's the goal.
Yeah, because especially if you do too much early on, I know it from experience. Yeah, it's because also when you try to do too much, it's more it's not necessarily doing too much. It's when you do too much, you always have the need to then want to do more. And if you're already doing too much, and then you want more on top, one after the other, in terms of like your effort levels, you crash out pretty quickly. And I know that from experience. So 2 videos a week is more than okay.
Yeah, I really enjoy this stuff. So I want to keep it as an enjoyable thing to do more so than
100%.
I gotta find 4 hours to do another video. I just don't want to get into that space. I'd much rather it be awesome. I got some time. Let's pump a little bit more into it.
Yeah, 100%.
I think that's the right way to go about it. Plus, they're being home a lot more these days. With a young family and stuff like that. It gives you, it fills in your time. That's the reality, mate. Getting older, and these are the sort of weird things that you end up doing. I remember Mick always says it from the Magpie Army Chronicles. He goes, midlife crisis, I'll start a YouTube channel. And I feel like I'm sort of in that boat now. But no, I enjoy it and I want to do it, so that's the main thing. And if other people come for the ride and enjoy it, that's my aim.
Yeah. I tell you what, it goes fast. So I started my channel when I was 17. I started in 2012, so there you go. You can do the math.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. How old were you?
Age is a channel you might want to check out.
I was 17.
Ah, there you go. Go, Void.
There's a channel you might want to check out if there's a resource for your content. Ray subscribed to it. It's audio only, but basically a guy he's doing the grand final history of every grand final, like the really old grand finals.
Yep.
It's actually it's dry, but it's really interesting. Right down to like a guy who got hit by a tram on the way to the grand final, things like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just trying to find the channel name.
Yeah, chuck it up. We'll chuck it into the chat because I love history, especially sports history. So it's just one of those niche things. Collingwood sport history is extremely niche, obviously, and it's only us nuffies that probably really like that stuff. But yeah, I just love it, and that's all it comes down to. So we've got a lot of history that's just untold. It's all there. A lot of it's there on the internet and whatnot, but most people don't care about this stuff. And I just said, it's nice to shine a light on some of this stuff. And ultimately, my goal is to have, especially for these older players that I'm starting off with, my goal is to have some family member or something randomly search their relative and it pops up and they watch it and they get in contact with me. And my goal is to maybe, interview one of them or something. Just, if they have any info to add on to any of the players, that'll be, for me, that'll be absolutely awesome, because there is a lot of these untold stories from 130 years ago that, would be family sort of stories that are not out there in the public. And that'll be my nirvana if I can just get one or two family members along the journey that know something about some player, and that's it. Like, it'll just be awesome. So that's my goal ultimately.
Very good. I've chucked it in. It's the channel's at grand final history.
There you go. We'll definitely check it out.
Yeah, I don't think they got many subs or anything. It's just it's just a guy narrating, basically just an audio only. But it's cool because I like audio, just audio only stuff. So
yeah. Great for podcasting, that stuff.
Yeah. Yes. Well, how come you got a Goey avatar, Lucas? Are you guys into him or sort of going to steal him or something?
Well, I'm glad you noticed that. Yeah. Adrian said that he's playing game 200. So I thought I'd find a photo of when he first got drafted. There you go.
Okay. You didn't have ill intentions. I apologize for assuming you were going to steal him.
Well, we still could. We could. I'm sick of this fucking Dangerfield guy.
It's not going to be a straight swap, Lucas. Just let it go. Just let it go.
We love Dangerfield playing at Geelong. I want him to play another 400 games at Geelong.
Will Ray take him at Essendon? He can play his 400 there.
No. we have enough passengers, in our older players. So
fucking now even Ray doesn't
Geelong, Lucas. He's gonna look like a stepped on like Thanksgiving turkey.
Mate, you know that video that when they won the flag and he was like an old man getting out of a bus.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's literally him. That's going to be him in the next fucking 10 years when he's still playing for us. Fucking hell. We're never going to get rid of him.
I thought you were about to say that was going to be him next week.
Hey, oh, mate, he was like that fucking a year ago. Don't worry about next week.
Yeah.
Mr. One good game out of 8, we call him. So, geez, if Ray doesn't want him at Essendon, fucking hell, well, can't help him.
I tell you what, though, it would be good vibes if he actually rocked up to, because, like, can't remember when I saw it, but like the players are doing like the catwalk to like their like change rooms and stuff. If it was Dangerfield's last game, I'd love for him just to wear to have one of those the walkers as he's like going into the change rooms. That'd be such good vibes.
Oh shit! We're never gonna get rid of that dozer, are we? Fucking hell, he's just gonna keep on going. Yeah, don't know what we're gonna do with that one. Yeah, if he wants to play 400, go join Essendon, go join fucking North or Richmond. They'll take. Well, apparently Ray, not even Essendon will take him. But yeah, go join fucking Richmond or North. Retire from our club, mate. Fucking hell, should have retired last year when your body was cooked from the grand final. But he's talking about fucking next year in game 400s, and it's embarrassing, mate. Absolutely embarrassing.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, because I feel like a lot of those players, they're starting to get a bit more. A few of them are starting to sort of play on a bit more than we think that they're probably when they actually do. Because obviously in like previous years, you'd have certain guys like even North. The year when North got rid of like Boomer Harvey and like all these guys, like. I feel like players have a bit more of a say now. I don't know if that's just the club enabling them to say when they're going to retire and they take advantage of it. But it is sort of interesting because you're seeing it more and more.
Oh no, Chris Scott got asked this a few weeks ago about Dangerfield. He says, he'll make that decision alone. If he wants to go on, we're happy with that. If he wants to play, if he wants to retire, we'll be.
But
happy
the issue is
way.
that it's Dangerfield answering that question, though. You know what I mean? Like.
Exactly. No, that's it. No, and I get that. Longevity over the years has been pretty big. There are more players playing in their late 30s or mid 30s, sorry, than ever before. I don't care if fucking Danger was 45. If you're still playing at a good level at 45, well, fucking so be it. But he plays one good game every 8 games. So I'm just fucking sick of it, and I'm sick of his bullshit. I'm sick of his press conferences. I just want to get on with the guy. Now we're talking about game 400. Like, mate, you can't even play in a grand final.
Jesus. IQ's 150 apparently, according to Josh.
Yeah.
Josh is saying IQ's got 150. I'll fact check that.
He does.
What was that?
Okay.
Yeah.
What was that you said, Void?
Danger with his fucking shit sense of humor. It's like a fucking the worst dad jokes in the world.
Another Darcy Moore left-sided opinion guy. As I said, we've got too many of those. So when he goes, the better for everybody.
There you go.
Lucas,
did you guys see the advert when he was on a surfboard on a suit about 10 years ago?
No.
If I did, I would have suppressed it.
Yeah, he did it when he came back from the Crows. He did an advert, and he was surfing at Morgs Creek or whatever you call it. And yeah, he was in a fucking suit on a surfboard, riding a wave or surfing a wave. Fucking hell, mate.
I remember at the time, like I actually liked him when he was at Adelaide.
Yeah.
But I
So
really
did my
didn't
mum. My
like
mum
him.
still liked him. Yeah.
Well, I did. I only knew. Then when he came to Geelong, he got just a bit too much profile.
Yeah.
So I didn't. At Adelaide, I didn't know much about him outside of playing football. But then when he came to Geelong, he was very, he was everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, look, champion player. Does he belong at the same table as a Selwood, a Bartel? Yeah. Is he the best at the club? No. You got the two Ablets. I'm just mentioning tables, but I put Selwood in front of him. I put Bartel in front of him. I put Enright in front of him. So not the top five. I don't think he's top five. Maybe an argument.
Is that
the top
because
10
he
would
was
have
at
to
the
look
Crows for a bit? Like, was that taking effect?
That didn't really bother me. He came to Geelong fairly youngish.
Yeah.
I think it was only 26, 27. So we got his prime years, but I think prime years. I think Bartel was better. I'm not mentioning the Ablets. I think Bartel was better. Enright was better. Selwood was better. Hawkins was better. But this is just my opinion. So, and I'd have to look at players like Polly Farmer, and Kaji, going back to the 60s and 80s. But no, I don't think he's in that kind of category. He'd be in the tier 2. For me, I know there's people at the club that put him fucking behind Ablett and Ablett Senior, which I think is ridiculous. But I don't care where he came from, to be honest, because his peak was mainly at Geelong, so all back Geelong. And if he wanted to leave to another club, that really wouldn't bother me. Fuck, if he even wanted to go to Hawthorn, that wouldn't even bother me either. So, but he's hurting his legacy when he's playing one good game out of 8. In that grand final, amazing prelim against one of his best games ever for Geelong. That prelim against Hawthorn last year, but he couldn't back it up. He was cooked. And that's hurting his legacy because his body is no longer allowing him to do that. And when you hear him say, "Oh, I'm going to play 400 games. I'm going to go on next year. I'm playing good footy." Well, you're not, mate. You're playing a good game here and there, but your body is fucking gone, and that's hurting his legacy. And that is a shame because he's a champion player, but he's not in the top 5 for me. Yeah.
He needs to go.
It's also as well, explosive mids aren't supposed to have long careers as well. They're supposed to be like they have a slow burn to when they get to their prime, and then they have their prime for about 5 or 6 years, and then they just crash out after that. Like this, he's probably really the only exception that probably bucks that trend.
Yeah,
but again, as you said, this is his second year where he's probably gone on 2 years too long.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
So he probably has gone down that narrative, but for some he's obviously had a good career, but he's obviously gotten 2 contracts or 2 years worth of a contract that he probably didn't deserve.
It also helps when you're the captain, so you get much more leeway. What happened to Hawkins, I thought was really sad because he finished his. I know he had an ankle injury, but he couldn't get back. Chris Scott refused to bring him back. He never had a farewell game. He didn't play in the finals. It was really sad. He just played this. He just like the VFL where legends are just left there to die. It was almost like that with Hawkins.
Is there so outside of Dangerfield, is there another guy to step up as captain? Like, who do you think's so if Danger, hypothetically, let's just say he retires at the end of the year, who would take over as captain for Geelong?
Who would take over would be Tom Stewart. Tom Stewart would take over.
Yep.
But he's probably another one where his body's letting him down, and we're going to have a situation where he's probably playing for too long. As far as
I'm trying to think of like who would take over. I'm like, unless if you go, because I don't know if Max Holmes is like a captain material, but like
Matt,
because he's obviously a great player, but I don't know if he's a leader though.
And he's also a bit injury prone. The last couple of years, he's had a lot of soft tissue injuries. Now he's got this fucking symptomosis. So, with a captain, it's not necessarily your best player, but it's also who leads and who's more reliable. There's no point picking a captain where he's getting injured all the time. But Max Holmes will probably be the most likely young player and we have a history of having young captains. Like Selwood was one of our youngest ever when he captained. So we have a good history of that. But you've got Maxi, you've got Dempsey. Dempsey's another one. Dempsey would be probably more reliable.
Has he shown the ability to be a captain though? Because obviously, great player. I wouldn't know this because I don't look through Geelong like you would. But from a leadership point of view, would he have that? Because he's obviously a great player.
He's a great player, but not really. But he plays in the position where it's hard to lead. He plays on the wing. He's not like a midfielder where you can talk to numerous players. You can push out forward and talk to players. He's mainly on a wing. So he's more like a in soccer terms, box to box winger. So from one side of the 50 to the other, he doesn't really push up, on the other side of the pocket or other side of the ground. He just stays on his one side and he goes up and down. So it's a bit hard. So he's not at that stage yet. There were talks that he was going to be a midfielder, but we haven't seen that. I actually would love to see him in the midfield, to be honest. Another one that's outside the box, but again, an older player, and I actually think he's done, is Tom Atkins. Tom Atkins was our EFL captain. And then he's got leadership material, captaincy material. But again, he's old. He's 31, 32, and he's starting to slow down. He's not as effective as he was a couple of years ago. So that I would say no to that, but that's another option. Another one would be probably, again, not reliable when it comes to injury, would be Jezza, who has got leadership material, but too injury prone. He's got this arm problem and now collar.
Yeah, but he's also 33 though. You'd want someone in their 20s at least, right? Even if they're like 29.
Yeah, that's the problem with Geelong. We don't have really a leader that stands out. That's around the 25 to 29. Like all of our good players are basically over 30, except for like Dempsey, Max Holmes, Myers. Myers is not really captain material. Apart from that, you got O'Sullivan. I think O'Sullivan's probably got potential to be a captain one day. O'Sullivan.
How old's he? He's 21. Yeah, because I was going to say like it seems way too early, but I'd even go like a Lawson Humphreys because the way how he's so cool, calm and collected off half back.
No, he's a cool cat on Lawson Humphreys. He's a good player and he's good off field as well. He's a good man, Lawson. Another option, but I think they would go with Stewart. He'd probably last a couple of years. And then the time Max Holmes, Dempsey, they're 21, 22 now, they'll be like 23, 24, or in Max Holmes' case, 25, 26, and be ready to take over. So I think they've got to go for a couple of years. Yeah.
Who's probably your most likely your next captain?
Who's that, Matt?
More than any of the blokes you've mentioned.
I think I know where you're going with this.
No. Now I know what you're all thinking. It's not Ollie Henry.
Oh, really? Oh, that's such a shocker.
Was that your guess?
That's you going to make that joke, actually.
Oh, shit.
Nah, it's Butters.
Yeah. No, well, if he came to the club and then Dangerfield retired,
they'll offer it.
Yeah,
to Butters.
Absolutely.
If Butters goes to Geelong,
absolutely.
he'll be the captain.
Yeah,
and that could swing him your way.
Could. If you want to go with players another Geelong now, Toby Green's another one. He would be a likely option.
As captain.
Though my opinion on him's changed a bit, actually. I don't think he'll come to Geelong now. I think there's reports that GWS will try to up their offer and get him to stay.
I'll tell you what could
Bud-
actually happen though, even though it would be such a horrible move if they did it, is Bailey Smith. Because I feel like the players wouldn't want it, but on paper, if you take the whole character part out of it, on paper he's probably the best captain.
Correct.
You have to take into consideration his character.
It's a fucking risk. It's a risk.
Yeah.
But yeah, on paper, yes, that would be the next best thing because he does show leadership qualities on the field. You know, he does work his ass off, and you know, the last couple of years since he's been in Geelong, he's actually been okay in that department. Not so much of a rat bag. You know, he's had the odd things with a journalist and whatnot. But he's been okay in that department. So yeah, statistically would be, but yeah, it again probably with Bailey Smith would probably need about 4 or 5 years of that good behaviour before we reconsider that.
Yeah. What is Sam De Koning? I mean, he's never really stuck out for me as a great leader and stuff. But maybe know because things are so dire. No, not him.
No, I don't know. Sam, unfortunately, Sam can't even control his defence line.
Okay.
Then learn his captaincy at the club. But no, Sam's a good kid, but he's very shy. He's very passive. And they don't make good captains.
I didn't know it was so dire for you guys for like a leadership because I just would have assumed you guys had a ton of leaders.
Yeah, we used to have heaps of leaders, but they retired. Yeah. You know, another option is Blitzars, but he's done. He's worse
like
than
34.
He's 35, isn't he?
He is, yeah, and he's showing shine. His body. There was a game against Adelaide early in the year where it was where he was diabolical, just couldn't get his body going. So that would be a step in the wrong direction if they picked Blitzard, but he has got leadership material.
Yeah, I feel like I'd be laughed out the room if I said this, but someone like Anna Bruin, would he be up there? Because I haven't really. He'd probably
Tanner used to do leadership stuff with the VFL. Then he had that off-field case, and you know that's fucked him up a little bit, but which he was found not guilty,
probably
by the
would
way.
be one, but again, he'd only be one because again, so dire.
Yeah, he's not.
I'm just trying to go through the list right now.
It's funny how Geelong, no one's spoken about it, but like because you guys had that little patch earlier in the year where you were playing.
Okay, Age is going to call it a night, guys.
Not age.
Because
you had that little patch earlier in the year where you sort of had like 3-4 weeks of really like awesome form. It just sort of, I guess you don't notice it, but you realise once a couple of these guys are out or not playing well, you realise how many of your players are really in that, you're relying on that over 30 bracket. I mean, so I thought we were the same. This year's encouraged me that we're not super reliant on as many of them as I thought we were last year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that run you're speaking of, we bet Brisbane in Brisbane, we bet Sydney. So yeah, we went on a really good 5-week run, and then we went to Adelaide. We played Port Adelaide, and my God, we were awful in that game. A game we were expected to win, by the way, very comfortably because we have a good record at Adelaide Oval, and we lost that game. And yeah, it's been pretty hard since. Then the Carlton game was a shocker, and we've only won 2 games since that. So but when you play bad, when you start losing, you notice when those 30-year-olds are not playing well, then they're easy targets, if you know what I mean. You think, it's all good. It's all good when you're winning. And you can hide them a little bit, but when you're losing and they have bad games, they really stand out. But so like I said, I don't care. Yeah.
Sorry, mate.
No, you can go, mate. You can go.
So you're essentially this year, you're going to have to. So you're really going to be quite reliant in trading in 3 or 4 sort of mature age or 25 25, 26 year plus players.
Yeah, correct. Because we don't really have 26 to 30-year-olds. We either got over 30s or we've got 21-year-olds to 24-year-olds. We don't really have an in between.
Same as us.
Which is really
The
strange.
same as us.
Yeah, it's really strange. It's a strange thing. So yeah, ideally, and we're looking at players like a Toby Green who's over 30. Zach Butters would be probably different. He's 20. I think he's 25, 26. I think he actually might be younger. I'm not sure. Yeah. So it's hard when you don't have somewhat those players at the start of their peak, because we don't. And that's a bit strange in a club, an AFL club. But yeah, it's easy. There's no doubt that we're really struggling. We've got a tough game this week, and then we've got a tough game next week, Matt, against your mob. And when your 30-year-olds are not playing well and they're getting managed, it's hard. It's very, very hard. See, that's why I don't rate Geelong's chances this year. I don't think they'll win it. I think they'll be lucky to win a final, to be honest. And I'm not counting the wild card bullshit. I mean, an actual final. I think it'll be very hard for them to win it. And then maybe some calls will be made. You know what? We're going down. You might need to retire. You might need to retire, and which they do. I think there's three players that need to retire: Blitzard, Danger, Colin Jasny, who have all played this year, played a lot of games this year. And then we need to start, developing some kids. And like I said, we've got great kids in the VFL, Matt. You've seen that with Polkinghorn, George Stevens, Mitch Nevitt. I like to see more of those guys come in. We've played Wiltshire, but that's a forced change because of Stengel. If Stengel was playing, we would not be playing Wiltshire. He's had a really good first-year season with us, Wiltshire. So we need those kind of players to start developing, and less on the older players, because it can go down the drain very quickly. You can become a basket case very, very quickly. And Geelong's policy of, well, we're going to find them in the draft at second rounders, or we're going to buy them from other clubs, trade them. That only goes so far. Doesn't happen every year. Didn't happen last year. We didn't get Rowan Marshall when we wanted him. So that doesn't always work. So you have to find other tools to be better, and we're not doing that. And I think when we do go down, we're going to be down for a little bit, in my opinion, because those 22, 23-year-olds are only that. We don't have any 27, 28-year-olds, and it's going to be too much on those kids to perform.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I mean, look, things can turn around quickly. Like, you never know who you're going to trade in.
Yeah,
and what little gaps you can fill, even with second tier sort of players from other clubs or guys from the state leagues or whatever. I mean, you guys have always been pretty good at finding, even mature ages from the state leagues.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're working on it.
Good.
I mean, maybe O'Brien was a big loss for you guys too.
So who was?
One of your recruiters.
Yeah. No, see, last year was the first time where we didn't get a player that we wanted. Now, I know we got Warple, but Warple's playing VFL. But we wanted that. We wanted Marshall. That was our main target. And for the first time in a very long time, we didn't actually get that target. And that was on Andrew Mackie. I think Footscray wanted St Kilda wanted Sam DeConey, and Mackie didn't want to give him up, which I was on the fence with that myself. Sam didn't have a good year. Sam hasn't had a good year since he won the premiership in 22. So it's 4 years. He's had a better season this year than his previous, but still nowhere near his 22 year. So I was kind of on the fence if that's what we needed to get Marshall. I was like, I can see the cons and pros, but that was the first time in a while that we wanted a big player at the club, if you want to call Ron Marshall that, and we didn't get him, and that was on Mackie. So that was the first time Mackie handled that situation, and he failed. And he got a lot of heat for that.
Guy. He's really hard to trade with. He was as hard as doing a deal with fucking Essendon back in the day.
Yeah. So Mackie failed there, but we'll see. We don't really have many like Toby Green, but I think we're not going to get him. But when it comes to like Mitch Lewis, Lachie Neale, we're not really targeting those. I don't think we're going to target Ron Marshall. I think we've gone off him a little bit. We're happy with Mitch Edwards. So
you probably just didn't. It's probably been taken for granted what a nucleus Geelong sort of had for a long time. Yeah. And even the guys you traded in became part of that nucleus, and then now it doesn't seem like you've got guys that were supposed to be the successors to some of them, and you're not quite sure where they stand yet. Like Shannon Neale, he was being groomed, obviously, but it's just like the jury's out about what sort of player he's going to turn into.
Yeah, I'm not really into Neale myself. If I'm looking away from you guys, I've got you on my TV, so I'm actually looking at the TV. If anyone's wondering why I'm looking like that, so I'm actually looking at you guys on TV. With Neale, I'm not really convinced. I'm actually not convinced. Not really. I'm not convinced. He was very poor last week against Silvani, and no disrespect, it wasn't his father that was up against Shannon Neale. It was Jack Silvani. So, and he was very poor. He got outbodied by him, and that's unacceptable. So, I'm not convinced on Shannon Neale. Charlie Curnow, we were into Charlie Curnow last year, but from my understanding, we didn't want to give up Shannon Neale, and in hindsight, we probably should have. I understand why we kept Neale, because it was more, well, you've got a forward that's going to be there for 5-10 years. I don't see that with Neale yet. I don't think Neale's a 150, 200 gamer, in my opinion. I'd love him to be, but I don't see it.
How old is he?
23, 24, I believe. I think.
Still quite young for a key.
Yes, very young. Maybe my patience with him is running out. Oh, he's 24 this month. Actually, he's 24 next week. There you go. He's coming up to 24. He's been around. He's been around a long time. He's had to wait because he's played behind Hawkins. It doesn't help when every Tom, Dick, and fucking Harry compare him to Hawkins. Here's the next 300 gamer and Tom Hawkins. He's going to be like Tom Hawkins. He ain't nothing like Tom Hawkins, mate. There's no traits that you'd see, oh, well, that looked like Tom Hawkins. Totally different player. He's more of a run and gun. Tom Hawkins was more contested. Shannon Neale wants it on a plate. He wants silver service, a bit like your Gunston, those kind of types. And Hawkins wasn't really like that. I wouldn't have mind giving up him for Curnow, because Geelong's mentality also is they're a win now club. They don't like rebuilding. They are a win now. And by that logic, Charlie Curnow would have suit that narrative a little bit better. But you know what fucks up Geelong fans, Matt?
He's on 30
biggest
goals.
Problem
It's not bad.
Yeah, he's got 30. Yeah, not bad. But his contested work is very poor. Yeah, his contested work is pretty poor.
Right.
For a big man. Like, he's a big boy.
He should be, at his size, he really should be throwing his weight around more, right?
Yeah, you can't get outbodied by Silvani, with all due respect. And that game frustrated the hell out of me. If you look at his contests, right, he plays a behind a lot. So when he's not running and gunning into space, he plays a lot up behind in the contest, and he can't do that. Can't really do that. That's his biggest problem. So he needs to watch tapes of, everyone compares him to Hawkins. He needs to watch videotapes of Hawkins or watch videotapes of Tracy or Curnow, and see what they do around the contested work. But biggest problem with Geelong, Matt, is their fan base. They are completely arrogant, bunch of babies. We can't bottom out. That would be disastrous. I'd rather us lose fucking 100 prelims and not make fucking finals. That kind of arrogant shit that annoys me with Geelong fans. Hence why, Matt, I'm not welcomed on any Geelong content shows, but that's all right. That's fine. But they fuck it up a little bit. They think, we've got to win every year, which is nice. I'd love to win every year. I don't like losing every game. But if we have to bottom out and, it gets us flagged, so be it. But don't tell any Geelong fans that, Matt. Oh, they'll just say, oh, you're fucking not a Geelong fan. We got to be there winning every fucking game every year, fucking blah, blah, blah. Prelims. But I just want what's best for my club. If that's bottoming out to win a flag, so be it. But I'm fucking, we've lost 7 prelims with Chris Scott. 7 prelims. That's fucking annoying. But the Geelong fans sweep that under the carpet. Well, at least he got us there. That's the main thing. I don't subscribe to that. But, oh well. Here's what it is, eh?
Yep. Collingwood fans are like that as well. And they just won't accept any criticism of the club, and especially Fly, because they're like, oh, he's made 2 prelims and won a premiership. And in my eyes, I go, well, would you be happy as a Geelong supporter, or if you had lost 07, 109 and lost 11? Would you think you'd underachieved?
Big time with that, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, see, Collingwood should have won the flag in 2024.
Yeah,
we didn't make finals. We should have played in a grand final minimum last year, because we totally botched it at selection and botched it in game by giving Darcy Cameron the first 5 rucks in the start of the second half, and Brisbane gapped the game in 7 minutes. So. Yeah. We should have been 2 flags minimum and in a grand final and a prelim.
Mate,
but the Collingwood fans can't accept that.
Yeah, my philosophy is, mate, losing grand finals don't win your premierships. It's actually winning them does. Yeah.
Yeah.
You make all the grand finals you want, doesn't mean shit if you don't win them.
Yep. Yeah, I would rather not make a grand final than lose one.
Yep. It's like that me with prelims. Keep losing prelims, I'd rather not make it.
Absolutely.
But don't tell the Geelong fans that though, Matt. Fucking hell. They'll run you out of town. Jeez.
I still wonder though, I've always thought with your club, Lucas, that your games in Geelong, sometimes I reckon they sometimes papers over the cracks of some of your seasons.
Yes.
Because it gives you, it's probably guarantees you 4 wins that might be 50-50 at another ground.
No, correct. Yeah.
And that's probably just enough to push them into the top 4 some seasons. And then they get sort of found out in September a little bit.
Yeah. No, correct. We play. I don't know if Ray's still there, but we play Essendon every year at Geelong, and that's a guaranteed 50-point win. We play Footscray every year in Geelong. That's a guaranteed win. We usually play Melbourne in Geelong. That's a guaranteed win. Different this week though. Very different this week. We literally play Richmond there, guaranteed win. Freo there, guaranteed win. So yeah, I do subscribe to that actually a little bit, because if you're not playing in other grounds against other teams and you're just beating the same team at the same ground year after year, the 50-50s, you tend to lose them more. because you don't have your advantage. So yeah,
And it's not that
I
other
agree with that.
teams don't. It's not that some other teams don't have a fortress, like your interstate sides and stuff like that. But it's more that some years, I swear, like I can always tell the difference between when Geelong are like a genuine contender one year versus when it seems like you're making up the top 4 numbers. You can sort of tell, like there's been years where, like the 2017 was an example. I think you made top 4 that year.
Yeah.
But you could tell that you were nowhere near Adelaide and Richmond.
Yeah, no, we actually finished second that year. I believe.
See what I mean? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it's like it inflates the home and away wins. So then everybody goes into it each year thinking, oh, we're a top 4 side, or we're a top 4 side. And you are, all intents and purposes. But then, see, the difference is, like, in 2022 or even last year, you were a legitimate one of the best 2 sides in the season.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because we had to go through some bloody good teams. We had to beat Hawthorn.
Happy birthday, Chris.
Yep. Oh, yes, that's a good thing by Matt there.
Let's bring on the birthday boy.
Yeah, enough for Geelong talk. Let's bring on Chris.
Happy birthday, mate.
Birthday, Chris.
Happy birthday to
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is this your last year of being in your 30s?
No, I'm 40 next year.
That's what I mean. So it's your last year of being in your 30s.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm dreading it.
Next year, old. You're still young.
I'm old. I'm fucking old.
I'm dreading it.
So we're going to do a special selection stream tomorrow for your birthday, mate.
Thank you.
After before Mick goes on.
You've humbled him,
Matt.
Don't
be too pumped.
Humbled him. Yeah. He's shocked.
Come on, Chris, left.
And for your birthday, Chris, you get to pick.
All right. What the fuck do you want me to say? Happy birthday, me, and everyone else can fuck off.
Yes.
There were any of your vault predictions tomorrow worth like triple points?
Yes, there are many. Yes, two predictions. Why the fuck are they playing Sidebot and Pendlebury? I do not want them to play on fucking Thursday. Are you fucking kidding me, Fly? Why the fuck are you playing them?
Oh, are they playing, are they?
Oh, well, we hope not.
Can I ask you a question, Lucas? Do you think they should be playing on Saturday, on Thursday?
Probably not. Not against Adelaide. That it's a must win. Yeah. Actually, I changed my mind. Yeah. Yes, play them. You got Geelong next week, so play them. No,
I don't want them playing. I don't want them playing either game.
Don't play them. Play them against Geelong. That's what I'm trying to say. Yes,
yeah,
they shouldn't be playing.
I'm with Matt. Don't want them to play in either game.
Hang on, one at a time, boys.
No.
You go, Sean.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, wouldn't you want Pendles inside in the field? Because then, that's 2 slow players that you then don't have to look after.
Oh.
Correct. So yeah, don't play him this week, Fly. Don't play him.
I think he might be trolling us. I reckon one of them might play, and then they'll swap the next week.
Oh wow! Okay.
I really can't see them both playing.
Yeah.
Fly saw what we all saw, and I think he's been seeing it for a few weeks now. And I think it's going to be clear to him that side bottom's not AFL standard anymore.
I don't know, mate. He can hang on to his favourites for years. He played Will Hoskin Elliott for 2 years past his use by date at the expense of Allen as well last year.
Yeah, but Allen has been playing more though, right?
That's what I mean. They had to delist the list management had to delist Will Hoskin Elliott so that Allen would get a game. Will Hoskin Elliott would be still playing now if he was on the list, and Allen would be in the VFL. So the only way to get Sidey out of the team is he needs to retire or list management needs to get involved.
What happened
I
to?
I do feel like our decisions as a club have been better the past probably 4 or 5 weeks, which I don't know if that's coincided with all the wins. But like, in terms of choices, like saying like someone like a Darcy Moore, the fact that we've brought him out for the year now that we've basically told Hill that we're looking at your contract and we're gonna sort that shit out. Like I feel like we are slow. Unfortunately, it is slow, but like we are like we seem to be stamping our foot a bit more than what we were, say, about 6 weeks ago.
Chris.
Yes.
I've got a good idea of what you should do for your birthday.
Am I going to hate this?
Yeah, no, you're gonna love. No. You're gonna don't be like that. You're gonna love it.
I'm going to hate this. You're as bad as me. Go on.
I reckon you should wear your Collingwood jacket and represent Collingwood. And I think you should take a trip down to Geelong, mate, and represent Collingwood since you've never been there before.
No disrespect. I would never fucking want to go to Geelong ever. Are you fucking kidding me? I would never want to go to that fucking place. It's a fucking shithole. Why the fuck would I want to go to Geelong ever? Are you fucking kidding me? How many people do you get to that fucking ground? What, 50,000? I would rather go to fucking to the MCG where you get 90,000 to that fucking shithole. No.
Actually, Lucas, to be fair, how many times have you been to Geelong and you've seen Geelong play in Geelong?
Thank you.
Mate, fucking zero.
Oh, burn.
Yeah, that's always the best answer.
Yeah.
That's always the best answer when Lucas asks the question, why won't Collingwood go to Geelong? I don't know, Lucas. Why don't you go to Geelong?
Oh, to be fair, I don't live in Melbourne, though. To be fair.
But Geelong.
Collingwood don't live in Adelaide. They're going there.
Yes. Never does Geelong.
If only I get paid like some of the Geelong, Collingwood players do, I might head to Geelong. But
we're going to come together around, mate. We're going to come together around.
Where Collingwood grab a sausage roll on the way to Adelaide.
Yeah. You're all coming together around and I'll look after you. Along with the TJP boys. They're going to come together around. And I think we can all collab there. But Chris, in all seriousness, that's an open stadium. It's open 24/7. Go down there and take a look at the stadium, mates, and see greatness. Don't just excuse the pun, Sean.
Really? I could say the same question to you.
I was about to
when
say
was the
this.
last time you went to fucking Geelong? When was the last time you went to fucking Geelong?
Actually, technically, I've actually been to Geelong. Actually, I've actually seen a few games. I went there for a couple of big crash games, and I went and saw some of the women's games as well.
Oh, you're kidding! Bloody hell!
Yeah.
There you go.
So I've actually been there probably half a dozen times. So at least I can say I've been to. At least I can say I've been to Geelong.
Yes, Lucas. No, like you.
Oh shit! What about you, Matt? Oh no, Matt has been to a few Geelong.
I've met more Geelong people than probably the maddest Geelong fans in the world.
Yeah.
Because I've done door knocking campaigns in Geelong, so I've literally met maybe probably a couple of thousand Geelong locals.
I'll tell you what, Matt. Since you're on this, does the name Darren Gilmore ring a bell?
No.
Okay.
Darren Gilmore.
Yeah, he's one of
Why
the.
does that ring a bell for me?
What's that?
It feels like I know that name.
Yeah, Pivotorian.
Doesn't ring a
goes
bell.
by that name on Twitter, Sean?
Wait. What was the name again?
Darren Gilmore.
No, the Twitter handle.
Pivotorian.
I feel like if I see his profile picture, I might know who he is.
Oh, gee, bloody hell.
Maybe I don't know, because there was one point where I had some Geelong nuffies back when Ollie Henry was on his way out. A couple of Geelong nuffies then.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Your team doesn't do goal songs, do they?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay then.
No.
You make out
No,
like
it's
we're the
pretty
weird
funny.
ones.
Yeah.
We're all about substance.
Yes.
Collingwood.
No,
Yeah.
it's probably
Matt,
appropriate
can you
that
do me a
Henry's
favour? Can you sing
not
that
at
Geelong
Geelong.
song for me?
Well, the team-
I wonder if that was like in his contract and we just couldn't hold up that end of the bargain. And then he's like, nah, I'm off to Geelong, see you guys. Like that was the
Hey,
deciding factor.
Hey, Matt, can you sing that Geelong song you hate?
Pink Pony Club, la 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 la. Pink Pony Club. My name is Ollie Henry. Want my mommy, want my Pink Pony Club. Collingwood's
I
too
don't know
far.
if he's in the chat, but Paul fucking hates him. He hates Holly. He can't stand him. He was like, when I've been talking to him in the streams, he's like, no, Ollie Henry should be banned from playing at the MCG. Too far away.
Yeah.
That's
Now,
actually
what about
funny,
you,
'cause I
boy?
think-
Have you
I'm pretty
been to
sure
Geelong?
Yeah.
I've been to Geelong numerous times. I've never watched a
Oh.
game there because
Oh, okay.
you never play anyone of note there.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
That's true.
Mello,
been-
I would love that.
being
I
outside
would
the ground.
love that. Yeah.
Actually, Lucas, if Geelong play a GMHBA final, would you be going?
Probably not. Nah. I won't be live streaming I won't even be watching along to that wild card shit, let alone fucking going.
No, like an actual final. If it was like a semi-final or like a prelim or
okay.
GWS.
If it was a prelim, I
Listen,
might.
Lucas. Get down
Yeah,
to Geelong. Smell the fresh meth air down there.
Oh yeah. No, if they played a prelim down there, I might head down there. Maybe I could be tempted, but that's never going to
You know
happen.
what?
That-
If you get GWS, it'll be there. Oh, pardon me. It'll be at Geelong if you get the Giants.
Correct.
possible.
Yes, but I don't think the Giants are making top four anytime soon.
Well, you're not making top four either.
Thanks for that
I
clarification.
like that. I like that.
Lucas, I know it's really weird for you guys to be where you are right now, but we're thinking more like ninth versus 10th.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Look, you might scrape into 7th, Lucas, which is especially if you beat the Pies. That could be very doable, and there's a very good chance because St Kilda are going to drop out. Who thinks St Kilda's going to keep 10th? So the next rung is Giants are going to take the Saints spot. Right, St Kilda are crap. Right, and so it's a pretty good chance that the Cats will play the Saints in a wild card, and that will be at Geelong.
Well, that's a
Wouldn't it?
guaranteed win.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
that'd be
the Giants will win that for sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We'd want to. We'd probably want to move that to the G.
You would, I reckon you're flirting with disaster. If you, regardless of who you get, you want to play a final at the MCG, because if you play the Giants at Geelong, that Kingsley's going to fire them up about how, oh, look, they need you to play him down here, and they're scared of the MCG, and they're scared of you, and I reckon the Giants will be more likely to win in Geelong than at the MCG. Giants will shit themselves on the G.
No, I agree with that. Yep.
Simo was talking about Collingwood yesterday on SEN. He was like, naturally, they want to see how we go in the next few weeks, obviously, when we play some better teams. But he said, oh, geez, you'd be just a bit scared to meet them in a final. You just don't know what they're gonna give you.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's the same with Geelong. I think Geelong, like the amount of years I've written Geelong off, and then they bounce back the next year.
There's only two sides that Collingwood will be worried about in finals. It's Hawthorn and Brisbane, and it doesn't matter where we play. Freo, Adelaide, Melbourne, Sydney, we can take them. Geelong, I'd prefer to play Adelaide at the Adelaide Oval or Sydney Swan at the SCG than to play Cats in a final. So Cats are about a 50-50 for me, but everyone else we've got covered apart from Hawthorn and Brisbane will be tough. I don't fear the other sides. Hawthorn because it's Hawthorn, and we know what Brisbane are like when it gets close to prelim and grand final week.
Yeah.
Like, can anyone honestly see Fremantle beating Brisbane at grand final day on the MCG?
Absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely not.
No.
You need to lose one to win one.
Could you see Collingwood beating Fremantle in the grand final?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'd take that in a heartbeat without even hesitation.
Yeah.
I'd take playing Freo at Optus in a prelim.
Yeah. Could you take playing Sydney in a grand final?
Oh
yeah.
We'll win by 100 points.
Yes. You see the way they are. They choke. They choke.
Fair point. So you wouldn't want to. So you just wouldn't want to play Brisbane or Hawthorn in a grand final or any final.
No.
I'd rather play GWS or Carlton, who are 11th and 12th respectively. Sorry, I'd rather play the Swans in the grand final or any final than GWS, Giants, or Carlton, who are now 11th and 12th respectively.
No, I agree with that. I wouldn't want to play Carlton in a wildcard round.
Is it perverse of me that I like, even though Hawthorn's our bogey side, I would love to play them in a big game like that, just because I'm either a glutton for punishment or something, but I just really, it'd be so sweet to get that victory, and I'd love the challenge. It'd be really exciting to come up against a team you think we've never beaten them. This is our chance to really square things up.
The Hawks?
Yeah.
Yeah, potentially. Like we've got a pretty good record in recent finals. We lost the last one in 2012. Well, I think that was a qualifying final, but then the one before that, we won that prelim the year before.
Yeah. Yeah, the Swans. See what's going to be interesting. I have a hunch Curno's going to really go missing in September for them.
Oh, gee.
Yep.
You really don't like Curnow, do you? Oh, is that because of the Carlton? Is that because of the Carlton thing, or you don't like him?
No, just objective. That is. Look, he's not a September. He's not a contested sort of player. He's like, I know he does well on the Coleman, but his goals do often come. He kicks bags against really depleted sides whenever he feels like playing.
No, I agree with that, but doesn't everybody do that though? Cameron's guilty of that as well. Like,
but it's a certain level of it as well, and a lot of his goals do come from free kicks, and I know a lot of Carlton supporters in the past have said, but it comes from him just being so strong in the contest, and they just can't hold him back. It's like, yeah, but he's also, and mind you, I've even said, like, if Kerno was to go to, you know, like, even like a Geelong, I thought that would have been a really good pickup. It obviously just didn't happen. But yeah, the fact that he's at Sydney now, if he doesn't perform in finals, he's got no excuses. So
When
if he doesn't
Carlton had
perform,
I agree with that. Yeah.
Carlton had their little run in 23, and he did nothing in the finals.
Mm.
Like absolutely nothing. I think he might. I reckon he kicked. I reckon in the whole final series, I reckon he didn't kick more than 3 goals. I'd have to check it. Might could have been, but it felt like he hardly kicked. He kicked maybe a goal a game, if that.
Mm.
G'day,
Yeah.
Peter. We've got a blue bagger in the chat. How are you, Pete?
Yeah, Peter
Hey,
Legend.
Yeah,
do you wanna
basically
come-
a good
come on
person
for
to
a chat?
ask, like, in terms of Kerno. Like, yeah. Peter, how do you think Kerno will go in finals? Well, Sydney will make it, surely, right? I mean, they're second or something. So, yeah, how do you think Kerno will go in finals?
I think he'll be okay. I think he'll do better than what people think. You know, he came
Yeah,
up
but that's
against.
that's only because of Sydney, though. That it wouldn't be because of him.
Yeah.
Because like
No.
Kerno is.
No, I agree
Because
with that.
a lot
No, I
of
agree with that.
Kerno's goals have come from like the bottom 6 teams, and I know that he has kickbacks. Again,
Yeah.
it's the whole Darcy Fogarty thing, and I don't know why I cop so much hate for it, but you know, Darcy Fogarty doesn't do shit when it's a top 6 team. You know, outside of maybe like an odd game here and there against a Geelong or a Collingwood, where he just so happens just to get a bit of luck his way. Like, even one of the goals he kicked on the weekend, I know he kicked didn't he kick 4 or something? But like one of the goals just sat in his fucking lap and he was in the goal square. Like essentially, like the closest player to him was about 5 meters away. Yeah, no shit, he's going to kick that goal. Like, I feel like Kerno's like a bit the same, but at least his record against the top 6 teams are better than what Fogarty was.
Yes.
I was even saying this week, it's like I kind of want Fogarty to actually get off because at least we would have a bit more of a challenge.
Yeah, you would have had you would have played their 3 tools. Yeah. And they don't do well with 3. You actually, Matt, you actually exposed them last year when they played 3 tools in the final. So no, I think
it's just
Kerno would
Fogarty
be.
though.
Yeah.
Again, this is being me. I always find myself shitting on Fogarty, but it's just I just don't. And mind you, maybe I could be a bit sort of what's the word, jaded, just because I've copped so much shit under Darcy Fogarty because there are so many people out there, and I just don't know. I just don't understand why he has so many fans that are just willing to accept the fact that he's so much better than what he actually is. Like he has to be one of the most overrated players in the comp. And it's weird because you know they treat him like he's this great player, but he just does things to the point where but he just does things to the point where he's only a role player at best. You know, it's like but he puts pressure on and he creates goals out of opportunities and he's doing this, he's doing that. But it's like every time I hear what Fogarty does well is something you can go get someone at like an average salary. You know, you can pay someone like a 2-3 year deal at like 300,000-400,000, and you can basically get the same player pretty much. You know, I mean, even like McStay, although McStay, I know probably. I mean, this year he's probably having his best year, so you can probably definitely say it now. But like, even back in 23, which is when I was copping the most for that comparison. But McStay, as much as he was kicking 2 goals every week, not only was it 2 goals every week, but every time he kick a goal, it was always when Collingwood needed it, and it would always be the start of like a momentum shift.
Yeah,
that's why they've hung on to Tex, because I don't think they're too like the successors were ready to take the forward line.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. And they're still not ready. Philthorpe's not had a good year. Everyone thought Philthorpe would improve, but he hasn't. He's gone backwards, if anything.
That's a weird one because I actually rated Philthorpe as well too. Like
I did. I thought he would be a top 3 forward this year. He's gone backwards. His kicking's gone. He used to be a great kick, but his kicking is a real problem. He's also had the back issue, which doesn't help. He's had like lower back issues. But his goal kicking's been terrible, really fallen away. But that's been in with a lot of good players, like a lot of good forwards. Their goal kicking's been terrible, like Waterman, terrible. Georgiades used to be a fantastic kick, terrible. I said that about a lot of forwards as well. So yeah, I thought he'd be top 3, but no, his kicking has just been too dreadful, way too dreadful.
Curnow does get a lot of frees. Even when we played Sydney earlier in the year, he didn't kick any goals, I don't think, that night. But geez, I remember that first free that he got, because we were dominating him in that first quarter, and then naturally umpires plucked a bullshit free for him.
Yeah. Because it's always in like a one-on-one marking contest, and especially because we're a bit more of a smaller defense. Like you'll have like Maynard on him, or you'd have I don't know who else, like even like Quainer and stuff. Like as good of a defender as Quainer is, like Quainer's not going to win that matchup. But then once you get like Frampton onto him, or even when Moore was in form, like even Moore would beat him. Yeah, it's as I said, it's the same as Darcy Fogarty, but in saying that, Curnow has had, at least he's had moments where he has done well against like the better sides, where Fogarty just doesn't.
So
like I think it's improved, but it's not where it should be. Especially when people are called, like I remember one guy 3 years ago said that he was like one of the best young players in the comp. It's like he's not even the best young player in his team.
Sydney trying to switch away from they were playing that handball game most of the year, and now they're within season they're trying to switch their game plan a little bit. I think Cox has realised, oh shit, that game plan's not going to hold up in September. The one they had, but they're not really doing well with the shift. So I think the only way their team was functioning was with that handball game. I don't know if they've got another sort of gear in them to play a different game plan, because they're all just runners.
Their real problem is clearances. Like against Adelaide, Dawson didn't really have a good game, but against Adelaide, they just walked it out in that fourth quarter. They absolutely smashed Heaney, Gordon, and Warner in that midfield. I think that's their biggest problem. If they can't win clearances on the big games, on the big stage, they won't win. And that's been their problem when they've been blown out in grand finals. They haven't been able to win a clearance. So that's a huge problem for them, is clearance ball and inside mid stuff against the bigger teams. Which is strange because you got champions everywhere. You got Warner, you got Heaney, you got Gordon. I've seen Road Bottom. He's a decent little player that's in the midfield. He can win ball, but when they don't win clearances, geez, they are really bad. Shocking.
Okay, now this is the plan. This is what we need to work on. We need to work out how we can help get Essendon to upset Hawthorn this week.
Oh no! Well, wouldn't we love that? I would love that as a Geelong point of view, but that ain't going to happen.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Don't be disrespectful to Ray. Don't be disrespectful.
You know what they need?
You'd have to do a Joel Bowden style game where they basically don't try to score, just flood and shut down the game.
Mate, Hawthorn will still find a way.
Hey guys, I've just put if anyone wants to jump on for a chat, we'll be on for maybe I guess at least a half an hour or so. So Peter V, it'd be great if you jump on. I don't know if you're familiar with StreamYard. Probably has Peter been on with the Jumper Punch boys before?
Yeah.
Anyway, if you want to pop your StreamYard cherry, you can jump on with us. And Mallow or anyone else wants to jump on, I've just put the StreamYard link in.
Right, Matt.
Yes.
Question for Matt. Now, let's play devil's advocate here, all right? I'm going to give you two scenarios. All right, they're both impossible, but I'm going to fucking give you them anyway. Right. Scenario 1, you walk to the grand final, you play the most easiest opponent, right? Yep. Hypothetically, let's say you played Geelong, we've lost 5 players, or you played Hawthorn, you lost 5 players, but you have to play Brisbane in the grand final, right? That's scenario 1. Yep. Yep. Scenario 2 is that you get the most easiest opponent, like let's say a Sydney, but you would have to play Geelong in Geelong in the prelim. Which one would you take?
Mate, do you understand that Collingwood, the players and the coach and the supporters, while we might be annoyed we'll miss out on seats, but we would love to play a final in Geelong because anytime we have to travel, it's not going to happen.
Matt,
but I don't know if you know, Collingwood are very good in away finals.
Matt, there's no way you'd want to play us in a prelim in Geelong.
No,
of
course. But what I'm telling you is, we would be more likely to win if it was because it's just Collingwood style. When we go, because apparently that is an away, that is traveling.
Yeah.
Ollie Henry told me that. So,
it's an interstate game for us.
Is it a
I
narrow
thought you were
game?
going to come up with something really clever, Lucas. I'm like, oh, this is going to be a good scenario.
Is it a narrow ground, Lucas?
Sorry to let you down, Matt.
No, I'm just
It's
kidding.
kind of
mate.
similar to the Sydney ground,
I'd
isn't
be
it?
happy. I'll tell you what, Lucas, I would much prefer to have come up against a Geelong, a Hawthorn, a Brisbane on the way to the grand final because I'd rather get knocked out in preliminary finals and elimination finals than get to the big Saturday. Get to the grand final and have to face Brisbane or Hawthorn.
Yeah.
I'd rather they beat us. I'd rather they beat us in a prelim than to have to go play them in a grand final.
No, I'd probably agree with you with Geelong as well, mate. But well, yeah, I'm not sure you'd want to play us down there, mate, because you may not know where the ground is. We might have to actually win by default or by forfeit.
Coming from the guy that hasn't been at the ground before.
Yes.
No. In all fairness, Matt, no, probably would agree with you. Brisbane and Carlton are the ones I wouldn't want to play. And actually, I wouldn't. As much as I would hate playing them, I would love it. Hawthorn, because I get a chance to get 89, and I get a chance to get 08 back.
08.
But you don't get them back. But you know what I mean.
Yeah, a bit of payback.
I would. It would be a fucking nightmare if we lost it. If we lost to Hawthorn and a Granny, but I'd love it if we bet them.
Yeah, and that's why we'd love to get you in the grand final to get 2011 payback as well.
Yeah.
So that was. I've never seen a Collingwood side so dominant as we were in that year, and but we just didn't manage our players, and we got injuries at the wrong end of the year and played injured players in the grand final, and we lost it at selection and lost it, the tactics as well, and Mick being a stubborn old codger.
Yeah.
Also, apparently, even the Geelong players knew that we basically went into that grand final cooked as well. That was one of the things I found out. Was that I can't remember which player it was, but I can't even remember where I found out this information. But I think it was like Stevie J knew that a few of the players were cooked, and then it went through the whole playing group. I don't know. It was someone to that effect. Like he knew, and then he
basically told me. Stevie J's that kind of player that would fucking spy on training and God knows what.
We had two really hard finals compared to Geelong, though. Compared to
but 2011,
finals were brutal.
Yeah, well, you know where you could appreciate this, Voids. Stevie J was from Maffra, so typical Maffra bogan.
He nearly came to Collingwood.
I know. Yep. I think it was some test they did.
It was his foot. He failed the medical because he couldn't pass because of his foot.
God.
And then he went to the Giants.
That was 2006, end of 2006. So we could have had him before their dynasty.
We would have had a dynasty if he'd been on our side in 2020, 2011 and 2012.
I thought
he went
CJ
on
was before he went to Giants. So instead of going to Giants, he would have come to us. So it was before that, was it?
No, it was before they won their flat because he was basically a piss head.
Yeah.
Mm.
And Geelong were going to turf him out because of his off-field stuff at the time, but then he turned it around and became a champion in 2007.
Yeah, and he became a Norm Smith medalist, I think.
Yeah, that was the Port Adelaide one, yeah? Yeah.
He did medicals at Collingwood and Essendon, actually, that year.
All right, Matt. I'll give you a serious question. All right, that doesn't have Geelong in it. Would you love to play Carlton in a grand final?
No,
No.
Really?
absolutely
Gee.
not.
Carlton
not even
in the playing list it is right now. Because if that's the case, then fucking absolutely, because those cunts are shit.
Yeah. Lucas, you don't. I lived through 1979 and 1980, and 1981. Sorry, 80 was Richmond, but like my earliest memories was watching Carlton beat Collingwood in grand finals.
Yeah.
So, and they just dominated all through the 70s and the 70s, 80s, and to the 90s to a certain extent, and they dominated us. So, yeah, it's nightmare material. But it would be, but on the other side of the coin, if we were to beat them in a grand final, it'd certainly make it worth it.
Yeah, it'd be like us and Hawthorn, wouldn't it? Yeah, you'd hate it, but you'd love it if you won.
But then, Matt, hypothetically, let's just say Carlton make finals, we make finals. It's a Collingwood Carlton grand final. Are you taking that on with like some like positivity, or are you going to be going in worried and thinking we're going to lose?
I'd be absolutely fucking shitting myself.
Really?
Oh, I would just be. It's Collingwood Carlton in a grand final. You don't realise the scar. You weren't alive, mate. You don't realise the scar.
Yeah. It's fucking.
But I don't know, because like I just look at the
Carlton man saw him lose.
They sharp. Like it's just not. Yeah, I mean, mind you, we're talking about something that will never happen this year, but yeah, if we're playing them in a grand final, like we're smashing it.
Have any idea how painfully close that was to happening in 2023?
Very,
not
very
really,
close.
because they were so bad in that prelim.
Oh, they were good in the first quarter, didn't they? Didn't they go 5 or 6 goals up or something?
They did.
Then what happened after that?
Did Fly lend Vossi the Presti sign? Put it up at quarter time.
Yeah. He played the Presti sign for the next 3 quarters.
Hey, Vossi, make sure if you want, you can borrow my Presti sign.
What were you thinking?
It's really handy. When you get 5 goals up, you just show that, and all the boys will settle down. Stop our own momentum. It's really cool.
What were you guys thinking though when Carlton was 6 goals up? You were like, "Fuck, we're playing Carlton next week."
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe it. I was like, "What the hell's happened to Brisbane?"
Yeah.
That would have been huge if that had happened though.
Oh,
Imagine what Melbourne would have been like.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, like, I kind of wasn't concerned because, again, when you have classy teams like Brisbane, you know, even like watching the game, I'm sort of like, well, yeah, they've kicked whatever it was, 5-6 goals in the first quarter, but like, it kind of seemed like they were sort of like they were kind of like the boxer in the boxing match where, yeah, they were copping a lot of hits, but they were just playing defense that whole. I don't know what they call it, but I'll just call it like quarters for whatever the rounds. Like for the first round, they were just holding their hands up trying to play defense. Like it wasn't that they were playing bad. They just sort of just, they sort of just copped a really hard right hook, and they just didn't really know what to do. So they sort of played conservative a bit. So because they were trying to because there was like a storm happening, they tried to like have the storm a bit, and then once they got the momentum back on their terms, that's when it was game over. Because once they got comfortable, that was it.
Yeah, Sean, that my feelings and my thoughts about potentially playing Carlton in a grand final in 2023 is not logical at all. It's completely irrational. It's all emotional.
Yeah.
Right. I sit back now and I thought, yeah, if we'd played them in the grand final, yeah, we would have pumped them. But it's the scars of Carlton Collingwood just never go away.
No, just like Geelong Hawthorn, never goes away.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't. Well, if that happened this year or last year, I can't imagine.
So for any Carlton supporters who are out there listening, and we may have won 30 of the last 40 games or something like that, well, you can just you can take some solace that the Collingwood supporters who are my age and older are still scarred from 40 years ago. So.
Yeah, and also even back in 23, I just remember copying it from everywhere, like all that season, because we were doing so well. And there was just so many Carlton supporters just saying, "Oh, if you're not first, you're last." And because you can't be first till you win a grand final, right? So every week you were just copping it, just being like, "Oh, well, if you haven't won the grand final, it doesn't mean shit."
Yep.
In fact, I'm pretty sure I mentioned this story. I had a guy that was like just. One of the main ones that was giving me shit that whole year. And just the whole time, it was like, no, if you ain't first, you're last. And then Carlton lost that prelim. And the first thing he posted after that prelim was, "Oh, guys, the journey was so amazing. We're so close to getting there, blah, blah." And I'm just in his comments about, nah, mate, out of all the people to be using that narrative, you're the last person that should be using that narrative. If you ain't first, you're last. And, it's fucking hilarious. Because that's the thing, like when it comes to, when it comes to those types of guys, like banter's banter and like all that's like awesome and stuff. But like, I don't know. Sometimes you get a few supporters that just can't read the room. Sometimes that was definitely one of them.
Yeah,
it's amazing well, not amazing, depending if you win or lose them, but it's amazing what happens when you face a rival, isn't it? Yeah. In a big game, it's just a different feeling altogether.
Yeah.
You don't take it as a regular game.
I don't deal well with Collingwood Carlton games.
Yeah.
I nearly didn't watch it.
In 23?
No, just on Saturday. Sorry, on when did we play? Yeah, Saturday night. Yeah. No, I was very close to just checking the scores as the game went on and then deciding whether to tune in or not. I had a bad feeling they were going to come out and like put 5 or 6 goals on us, and then it would have been excruciating.
Would that be like you on grand final day if you played that?
I made a footy date with the missus to basically force me to watch it.
Oh, okay.
Because if I then decided not to watch it, I would have been standing her up. She got the jumper out, and we had food, and it's like, nah, toughen up, son.
Oh, she's a Collingwood fan as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotta be.
Did she watch the games with you?
Half of them.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just need to like. Another mate invited me to the pub to watch it. He's a Swans fan, and I don't. I've banned myself from watching Carlton Collingwood games at the pub because I'll just get banned.
Yeah. Yep.
I just go too nuts.
No, it's
the Thai staff freak out at that sort of angry behaviour. I just can't deal with it.
No, I get that. Yeah.
Especially when you're the only one going off your head.
No,
like see, there's weird sport in the background.
There's a couple of spots that are they're very highly populated by AFL fans. So when you go there and there's like a Collingwood game on, you think, oh, that sounds great. It's packed full of AFL fans. So there'll be, say, 40 people in there. But it's like me and, say, maybe 5 or 6 Collingwood supporters. And who do you think everyone else is going for?
Yeah.
You will have Freo supporters, Adelaide, Sydney Swans, doesn't matter. They will be going for Collingwood like they're as passionate as if it was their own team. And I just don't. I'm not doing it anymore. Can't stand it.
Oh wow, okay. Bandwagon.
It's like, you know what annoyed me? Yeah, one of the reasons I really hate Geelong now is through your dynasty period.
Yeah.
Everyone loved Geelong.
Yes. Yep.
They're like, yeah,
sure did.
cats, like sitting in the members in the 2011 grand final, and just I had this Carlton supporter who was just like kept turning around and giving me the fists, and he was just like barracking like Carlton was, sort of like Geelong was his own team. So all of the neutrals in the members, and so you've got Essendon supporters, Geelong supporters from all different clubs are all going for Geelong.
Yeah.
So
The bandwagon tag.
I'll tell you a story along those lines. The grand final replay in 2010.
Yep.
I watched it at a venue in Bayside, which is a lot of St Kilda people, as you'd know.
Uh-huh.
So we're in a pub. I think it was at where did we watch it, Ray? The New Bay? Yeah. But near Bay Street. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Watched it there. And it's packed. There's probably a quarter of them are Collingwood, 3/4 of them are St Kilda supporters in the room. And you know what I would never forgive? As soon as the siren went, there was this father there with his kids, and he egged them on to change because they managed to grab hold of the remote from the pub, egged them on to change the channel the second the siren went.
Oh.
Collingwood supporters there nearly killed them. So I actually never got to. So the siren, literally, just before the siren even rang, I never got to see it as it was happening.
That sucks.
Yeah. And I looked over and the dad's laughing and goes, and he's laughing, the kid's giggling. I'm thinking, this is why you're a suck shit club. Because you got suck shit supporters like that. Because I'd never do that.
Yeah.
I remember,
No.
When someone destroys you in a game, I'm never even angry. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, you were too good.
Yeah, I prefer to get pumped than to lose by 2 points.
Yeah, it's the hope, right?
Emotion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that because the emotion's gone. Like if you're losing by a big margin, you can accept it early, but if it's 2 points, you have to go with it until the final second. Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, they both like though, don't they? Like,
you go, Sean.
Yeah. Oh, in terms of either result, they both suck though, right? But having the hope and have it be so. Well, I mean, 2007 prelim. That's probably one of the ones I think of off the top of my head because it was like, and I think it's also because Port played so shit ass too. That's a not only did we lose, but we also probably lost a grand final. It felt like that's why that one probably cuts a bit deep for me at least. Which is kind of strange because like we should not have even been competitive in 2007 either. And then I guess you had I think it was Buckley's and Clements last year as well. So you're one of those guys to sort of finish off with the flag too. So that would have been incredible because James Clement was like my favorite player back in the day.
He was good.
It was also really funny too because even when I'd like go to games and I'd like watch them in the stands, I'd always be pretty good at like predicting things. Like I remember I went to, I want to say it was either 2010 or 2011 Anzac Day, and there was a I want to say it was two Essendon supporters behind me and stuff, and they were just talking shit like the whole game because like it was one of the ones where like Essendon they were up by like a fair bit, like they were up by like a fair bit at halftime. I can't remember which one it was, but but in my head I'm thinking because around 2010, 2011, we always had a shit first half, but then we would blow teams out of the water in the second half. And knowing that as like a, because I would have been like 15, 16 at the time. And just having this guy, because, he was with his like girlfriend and stuff. So he was sort of thinking he was a bit more courageous on on the average than he was
Yeah.
probably normally used to. And and mind you, I'm only like 15s. I'm not like an adult or anything like that. I basically turned around to him and I said something to the effect of like, mate, I've been watching Collingwood games for a fair while here. And this was like halftime as well. So I'm like, just letting you know, there's no point in you sticking around anymore because like you are not going to be doing anything for the second half. I'm just letting you know that. And you know, he's obviously sitting there being like, oh yeah, nah, like, okay, little, you know, champ and all that stuff. You know, trying to. So I'm just like, there's no ill will or anything like that. I'm just informing you. Just you know, it's Anzac Day. You're versing Collingwood. Just know that it's not going to get any better from here. So sit here all you want, but like it ain't getting better. And I think we flogged them by like 9 goals or something. And then by the end of the game, I can't remember what he said to me. He was like, "Oh mate, you're actually right. We should have taken your advice." And then I think I don't know if we like shook hands or whatever, but we said like goodbyes and everything, which is like kind of like funny too. But yeah, I just remember just being such a good like predictor of like things that would like happen, and yeah, and it wasn't even like I wasn't even aggressive. I wasn't even like it was just mate. I'm just letting you know, like you're just wasting your time being here because you're just not going to see any highlights for the rest of the game. And I'm sure that I could only just imagine if I had like a camera of like a face cam of seeing his face for that whole second half. I'm sure like the whole point would have just been like his face just turning more and more like, fuck, he's right. You know, just realizing how right I was. I can't remember what it was, but I think we won by like 9 or 10 goals or something. I might look it up, see if I can find the results.
You know what was wasted because, geez, that Andrew Cracker, he could have almost won a Norm Smith medal had we won that game against Geelong.
Well, he won a sand over medal before he got
forget how good he was in that game.
Really good, yeah.
Well, he won a sand over medal the year before. The best player on the ground in the Waffle Grand Final.
Okay. Well, I thought that was the best and fairest was a Sandover.
Nah, Sandover is I don't know. Well, he got best on ground in the grand final for Swan Districts.
Yeah. They
So
were Collingwood colours too, weren't they?
Yeah.
Because we had to get him from Gold Coast because Gold Coast pre-listed him or something like that. It was one of those sorts of deals.
Yeah, I think so. That rings a bell.
I was listening to what they were saying about us in the last couple of days in the media. People aren't giving us enough credit. Like they were talking about Carlton and they said, yeah, Carlton didn't play their usual game. You know, they just did this and they did this wrong and they did that wrong. And I'm thinking, yeah, because somebody made them do it wrong. It's always weird how they talk about like the team just independently doesn't play well. It's not because another team's, you know, not letting them play their game. It's just really weird that they don't give the winning team credit. It's always that Carlton didn't play. No, they didn't show up that night. I thought it was a pretty good win in retrospect.
So I'm just trying to look up the results. Yeah, there you go. We won by about 70 in 2010. Because I want to say 2010, 2011, they were both like blowouts. Yeah, and then 2011 was about 40. So it would have been 2010. I just remember we just absolutely obliterated them. Yeah, there you go. Oh, no, 30 points. It was in 2011.
Which game was that? Was that Anzac Day or?
Yeah, Anzac Day. And then 2010 Anzac Day, it was 120 to 55. So it was like, yeah, it was about 9 goals.
The exciting Anzac Day, I remember in 2002, because Essendon was so good for a fair while before that. In 2002, when we beat them, I thought, yeah, we're going somewhere this year.
Well, you did, didn't you? You made the grand final.
I didn't expect us to go that far, but I thought I was just hoping to make the finals because we've been fucking out of them for 8 years or something. But that was a big scalp at the time. To keep Essendon down to like 5 or 6 goals that game.
Yeah.
Who did you play in the finals that year? Oh, you played Adelaide in one, didn't you?
Port Adelaide wasn't that Port Adelaide one where Benny Johnson got that tackle on St. Peter Burgoyne?
Yeah, we played Port, and then I think we played Adelaide as well. We played Port in the qualifying. I think Adelaide in the prelim. I think.
See, they were heavy favourites in that game, Port Adelaide.
Yeah,
because he had injuries,
so
didn't you?
Defeated South Australia in one final series.
Or even in 2007. Yeah, or even in 2007 when we basically knocked off Sydney and West Coast, which were the two grand finalists the 2 years prior.
Yeah. Did you do that in Perth as well?
West Coast, yeah.
In extra time.
Wow.
Yeah, the West Coast game's a classic. I can't remember the Sydney one that much though, but I know we obviously won. But
Sydney
yeah,
won
the West.
Yeah, we jumped them. We played them. We actually played them a week or two before. We played them in the elimination final, and we played. Yeah, so we actually beat them pretty easy twice in a fortnight or 3 weeks or whatever it was. So I think Eamon Buchanan put a pretty crude hit on Marty Clark not in the final game. I think in the round, it was like a round 21 or something. I remember he completely cleaned him up in a real dirty way.
Oh. So, where were you guys around the 03-06 era?
You mean where were we?
No, like
the grand final and stuff, or
no. I meant Collingwood as a team.
Well, we played in a grand final. We got smashed by Brisbane. Then we went out of the finals for 2 years, and then we were back in the finals by 06, and we were 4 points from winning a premiership. Had we beaten you in the prelim in 2007, we would have won the flag. We would have gone on to smash Port. So Mick Malthouse turned it around pretty quick after playing in 2 grand finals
that was,
with a shithouse list.
That was my point. You guys. So after the Brisbane smashing, you got back pretty quickly, and then you stayed around there, wasn't it, for 10 years? Like you stayed around the top 4.
Yep.
And you won your flag, yeah. So you did fucking well, yeah.
How are you all feeling, everyone?
Yeah, pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, pretty good.
All right.
So
I'm gonna just
when
just gonna
are you heading off, Matt?
pop away for 10 minutes. No, I'm just gotta go do something. Okay.
I might say goodnight to you, gents, and I'll hop in I'll be in the chat in bed.
Night.
Yep.
All right.
Thanks for coming
we'll
on.
stay around for half
Bye,
an hour.
Void.
Yeah.
Bye, Ray.
See you, Void. See you, Ray.
There's
Night.
Not ray of sunshine. Take Dangerfield, please.
You're never going to stop with that, aren't you?
I'll get rid of that dozer, yeah. So after Malthouse, you stayed around finals for 10 years. Where were you when Buckley took over? Were you near there, or were you bottom, or? Sean?
What was the question?
So you stayed around the finals for 10 years after Malthouse got you back after the grand final smashing. So when Buckley took over, where were you as a club?
We just got worse and worse. So 2012 we made a prelim, got smashed by Sydney, and definitely could have had a bit of success, but Buckley was Buckley, and because this was at his.
Yeah, who was the coach in 2012? You made that prelim.
Buckley. So Buckley had to lose in 2012, and then 2013.
The first year he took you to prelim. Okay.
Yeah, and then 2013, that was when we cut all the guys that had any value, pretty much, and we sort of had to cut the whole team, and that's when we sort of became shit, and we just got worse and worse, and then we, even around like, what was it, 14, 15, 16, we're around that like 13th sort of mark. So that's when we sort of drafted a few, and that's when we got like obviously Moore and Maynard and DeGoey and Grundy and all these guys, and then got some good assistant coaches in. I want to say, I don't know if it was straight away in 18, but if it wasn't, it was 17. And then 18 we went back up to the grand final because I think when it came to Bucks, like even back then we always had a good list, but I felt like Bucks was always too stubborn to sort of adjust with the times, and then I want to say 2018 was when he started to sort of improve for the better, where he was listening to his coaches. And sort of it's also one of the reasons why I don't rate Hardwick, because I feel like Hardwick is also the same way. He's too thick-headed, and whatever he wants is what he gets, and because he's not like a footy guru that knows everything. You sort of need to sort of have a bit of a humble pie every now and then, where Hardwick sort of struggles to do that, and I think Bucks was the same, but I feel like he got better over time. But then once the trade period of 2020 happened, that's when he was done. And,
so you made the grand. Yep. So you made a grand final in 2018, right?
Yep.
So what were the 2019 season? What happened there?
19 we made a prelim, should have bet the Giants, but we didn't.
Okay.
That was a big choke job.
Yeah.
There was no excuses with that. You could also argue we were really arrogant going into that prelim. I want to say there was a player, pretty much, but like there was a couple guys we could have played but didn't. Because I want to say Darcy Moore played, but it might have been DeGoey actually. I don't think we played a DeGoey. There was somebody we didn't play in 19, and because we were sort of saving them up for the grand final, and because that got leaked out to the media and it was public information, I think that revved up the Giants. And that's also, I feel like, a thing we just seem to do, regardless if it's intentional or not. We always seem to, put our own foot in our own ass at times.
Yeah, self-sabotage.
And it basically just put a massive chip on their shoulder and stuff. And if it wasn't for those comments, I feel like we could have won. You could even sort of feel like even the mood at the time, you could even tell by the players, even they were sort of like, fuck, like really, we got to work so much harder just because like people can't close their mouths, sort of thing. I can't remember exactly back then. I mean, even 2019, I tried to forget 19 because it was just such a. I know Taylor Adams probably had his best year in 19. Kellen Brown had his only good year in 19 as well. We should have at least made a grand final in 19. Whether we went on to beat Richmond and stuff, that's a different story. But John should never have made it.
Yeah, they had injuries.
Possibly, yeah. As I said, that whole year, I try to block it out because it was that bad.
So you could have had a dynasty if he won that flag against West Coast. You could have had a dynasty.
I've been saying this for so long, and I'm tired of repeating myself. Yeah. Oh my god! Like we could have gone on one of the most juggernaut of runs of all time, but even back in 2010 and 2011, and then you had the 18 to even 2020.
Yeah.
You know, those two runs we could have definitely made something of it. Even 23 to, I feel like even this year, if we didn't fuck up like so many things, like although I know I cop a lot of shit for being a bit not overzealous, but like I can have some hot takes that are hotter than hot, and we could have, like, you know, you have Hawthorn that go on and have a 3P, Richmond having a 3 and 4, Geelong having whatever it was 3 and 5 or whatever it was. Yes. I feel like Collingwood could have screwed all that up for all those teams. But we didn't, and we seem to love to be we seem to love to be the creator of the monster, but never the monster.
Yes. So 2019 prelim, and then COVID hit. So what did you do in those COVID years? See, I should know.
We completely got fucked over from COVID, but it was all our doing. It wasn't like the AFL screwed us. Like, we screwed ourselves, which was probably more frustrating, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know, you had the hubs and all that stuff. We just didn't cope well. We had the whole drama. Apparently, what was it? Buckley was screwing the tennis coach or the former tennis player or something.
Okay.
Stevenson was getting friendly with someone that shouldn't have been in the hubs.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, it's coming back to me now. Yeah, you had a shit year, didn't you? Yeah.
Yeah, and then certain players were, you know, going fisticuffs with some of the coaches.
Yes.
Yeah, it was just a shit show all around.
Nah, don't blame you. Yeah, fair enough.
And then just to top it all off of how they treated Adam Treloar on the way out, I think that was what was the final straw. I mean, it could have just been the whole 2020 season, to be fair, because a lot happened. But the way they kicked out Adam Treloar when he was left in tears, I think that got the players upset. Yeah. And then once you upset the players that much, that was the nail in the coffin. Obviously, they tried to bring in Graham Wright, and, you know, thankfully Graham Wright wasn't going to take shit regardless, and he wouldn't have survived anyway. But I think the club probably knew that anyway, and just to bring in Graham Wright as a bit of a separate, because he came in, I want to say, did he come in before the 20? I can't remember. But it was around that time. Yeah. I can't remember exactly when Graham Wright came in. Yeah, but I know that once Graham Wright came in, and the club was like, just do like whatever changes you feel like we need to make. We're just going to back in your judgments. Because I think they knew that Bucks was done. So if Wright was going to come in as a bit of a independent sort of person, if that makes any sense, even though he was a part of the club, like he was the general manager and everything, because he was a fresh face inside the club, he was kind of an independent because he was so new, but because they gave him so much power early on, rightfully so, because he did a fantastic job. That's where you sort of, because I don't know, I feel like if the club really wanted to keep Bucks, they could have gotten in the way a bit, but the fact that they didn't just showed
Yeah.
that, like, they kind of wanted him out anyway because of, because I mean, even with the whole Treloar thing, because Bucks even sort of turned it on to some of the players and stuff too, which wasn't great. Because I think Gold Coast were originally going to offer pick 5 for Treloar just as a straight swap, and then I can't remember if we said no or whatever, because there was maybe some percentage of maybe Treloar still staying, but then once it became untenable for Treloar, then Gold Coast were no, not Gold Coast, fucking Bulldogs. Bulldogs were like, all right, we'll give you pick 14 and a couple of late seconds and early thirds.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Treloar said no. And because there was the whole salary cap thing as well too, that didn't help. And then because
Well, you said-
Stevenson behaved so badly in the pods.
Who you say no to?
Probably no to the trade.
Oh, no. What trade? The Footscray trade or the?
No, the trade to Gold Coast for pick 5.
Oh, he said so. Treloar said no. He didn't want to go there.
No. Yeah, and then the
Okay.
club were trying to gaslight him into going because his partner, I think she signed up for I can't remember what the netball team is, but there was a netball team. Oh, there you go, he's gone. Anyway, I'll continue anyway. There was a netball team in the Gold Coast. So they were basically pushing him to go play not pushing him, but pushing him to go support the partner. If you're still listening, Lucas, just pop in when you can. Here he is. Hey, you're back.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I was about to say, I know I'm pretty boring, but I didn't think I was that boring. Jesus.
No.
No one said you're boring.
My phone
No
does.
one said you're
My phone
boring.
does.
Sean.
My phone does that. So what was that about the partner? About the partner getting gaslighted?
Yeah. So basically, the partner got a contract to go play netball for whatever the Gold Coast team was.
Okay.
And basically, the club thought, or I don't know if it was just Buckley or the club in general, but the consensus was that he wasn't going to cope with it well because he'd be away from his partner. So they were trying to encourage a nudge to him out the door. So it's like, hey, if you go over to Gold Coast, we'll get pick 5. You can be with your partner, because they were worried he was going to have a mental health issue or a mental health sort of breakdown, because his partner's not going to be in the same state. And then obviously Treloar was pushing back on that, saying that he was going to be fine, all that stuff. And then that's when I don't know the exact sort of part after this, but I'm pretty sure some players were involved in terms of trying to get him kicked out. But because I guess Buckley sort of didn't, I don't know if he took full responsibility of it, because I know that the players had an issue about it. There was obviously dialogue with that, and then Treloar obviously then went to the Bulldogs for pick 14 and a couple of late seconds and early thirds, and then what else happened? Yeah, and then because he was a fan favorite, and because he was a fan favorite, I think Bucks lost the trust of the playing group basically, and I think once that happened, that was the final straw. Because 2020 was pretty bad too, just as a whole.
Yeah. Did she end up going to the Gold Coast? His partner?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
shit.
pretty sure.
Wow.
She went anyway, and he played at the Bulldogs.
Oh, gee, that would have been tough.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Queensland Fire. That's it. Yeah. So he would have gone to Gold Coast, so he would have been technically closer. Gold Coast were willing to offer 5, but he didn't want to do it.
Understandable, but that would have been a bad. Yeah, gee.
Yeah, but it was more the club trying to push that narrative to be, hey, you're gonna have these mental health episodes and stuff, which is pretty fucked up when you think about it.
For sure, yeah.
And
that shit from Buckley should know fucking better.
And this is the thing that not many people. The Collingwood supporters here will probably know this, but not many outside of here probably know it. when Chalor also started, he actually took unders. So he played extremely cheaply when he originally came in. So I can't remember if he's out of contract or in contract, but he was in discussions at some point to get a pay rise because he played unders for the first, I don't know how many years it was. So that was like another thing they were looking into, being like, okay, well, he's kind of injury prone, doesn't play every game, but not only are we going to, if he was to stay, we'd have to obviously keep him and have him under contract, but we'd have to overpay him when he's already injury prone. So there was like that as well too. But yeah, when you have a guy play for unders, like you sort of got to look after him, sort of thing. But Bucks thought otherwise,
and he came from the Gold Coast, didn't he? Oh, not Gold Coast, GWS, didn't he?
Yeah, Giants. Yeah.
Geez, you would have started up one franchise club and played for the other.
Yeah.
Was Nick Dacos ever there? Well, Buckley was there.
No.
Or was that no? Okay.
No, he literally came in the year after. So.
Oh, okay. But Josh would have been still there, yeah.
Yeah, Josh was there. So Josh had his first good year around 2020, and then he had I don't know, did he improve in 21? I feel like he did, but he wasn't anything like he was under Fly. Because 22, I think, was he All Australian in 22? I'm sure Josh will know. He'll be able to tell us in the comments. But I think because they had this whole documentary where Josh had like the writing on the wall type of thing. In the year that Nick came and he was like, all right, I either put my head down, ass up, and I get to work with Nick, or I just give up and leave. And obviously, he put his head down and ass up and worked, and it's worked out for the better, obviously. But yeah, once Nick was coming into the league and he knew that Nick was coming, that's when he sort of like the penny dropped for him. Because there was at one point there was a popular opinion that he wasn't going to make it.
Oh wow! Okay.
So it's always interesting whenever they talk about father sons and stuff, and how much of a role Collingwood have like taken advantage of, and they always bring up Josh Dacos, and I always laugh every time because Josh Dacos was so close to not working out it wasn't even funny.
Yeah.
Then it wasn't until he like actually fully once he put his foot down and he was like, "No, I'm actually gonna have a real crack at this." That's when he got so much better. Because like actually, weirdly enough, Brown with Callum Brown coming into their draft years, he was actually the better father son out of the two in the draft. Because Callum got picked up about mid-20s. Where Josh was like peak, what was it, 57? I always keep 57's coming into my head, so it's probably right. And the only reason why he was at pick 57 was because no club wanted to bid on him, and that happened to be our last pick.
Yeah, no one else wanted him.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Gee.
So,
fuck that one up.
Yeah, no, but it's always funny because the clubs are always go, oh, but it's a raw because they got Josh Dacos and blah blah. It's like, well, how can it be a raw when no one fucking wanted him when he was drafted? Like, just because they come good doesn't mean it's a raw. Like, and then on top of it, like, look at all the father sons that failed over the years, like a Braden Shaw and like a Jackson Ramsey. No, not Jackson Ramsey. Jackson Barham and like guys like that. Like
we've only hit with about 20% of them.
Oh, not even 20. I'd say like under 10%.
Jason Cloak, Travis Cloak, Nick Dacos, and Darcy Moore. And Josh Dacos wasn't even he's a father and son because Peter's his dad, but we didn't get him as a father-son. No one else wanted him. Like we picked him.
Oh, so you picked him
because of no one wanted him. No one bidded on him. We basically got him. We probably got him to secure Nick. Maybe I don't know. But it was like we got him because like he's a Dacos. Let's have a punt on him.
Yeah, I've got a feeling it was more of an Eddie thing. I think Eddie was. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like a 50-50. And then Eddie came in and was like, "Hey, like it's a Dacos. We can market him. We can, even if he's our worst player on the list, so be it. We can sacrifice a list because he's going to make us money, given he's a Dacos."
Yep.
So I reckon that's probably what ended up happening.
Yep.
And yeah, because I mean I've spoken to people that were around that time in terms of that draft, and they thought he was terrible, and they were surprised that Collingwood even picked him up.
That's right.
So when Nick came to the club, he was instantly a star, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
Yeah,
So
Josh
much
took
so,
over the
Buckley
line.
even came out. Buckley even came out in 22 and even said that he would have got a game in 21 if he was at the club.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, he was starring in because he'd play for the Chargers and stuff, and he only played like 3 games because of obviously the COVID stuff. And to be honest, I reckon COVID saved us, to be honest, on paying pick 1 for Nick. Because one of the reasons why Horn Francis went pick 1 was because South Australia didn't have as much lockdowns. So they were able to get more games in. And they were even to get finals in, and Horn Francis stood up in the Sandful finals.
He did.
Yeah, which is what lifted his stocks. Dacos only played like 4 games, and it was TAC Cups like rounds 1 through to 4. So he didn't get the exposure of even like finals or anything like that.
See, that's a weird one with Horn Francis because his stepfather was a legend at Port Adelaide, but because it was his stepfather, he wasn't eligible for father and son. It's so weird.
No, that's fair. I don't mind that.
Oh, you okay? Oh, fair enough.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
Well, all right. I'll put it like this: if a stepfather can be eligible for father son, then what's stopping? Let's just say it's Peter Dacos, for example. What's stopping Peter Dacos from going to a orphanage and like adopting a whole bunch of kids?
Yeah,
and then that's
okay,
all
true.
father sons.
Yeah. Well, Collingwood would love that. You'd love that, Matt.
Yeah.
No, fair
Well, I mean,
enough, no.
yeah. I mean,
Logic,
technically, technically, you'd be picking up like random kids, and they may not even be interested in footy in the first place. But
no,
yeah,
that's
I think
a good point.
if it's if it's like a stepfather, no, that shouldn't count.
No, fair enough. That's a good point.
Yeah, Sam Gafe is doing really well. Gabe Patterson also got he kicked 5 goals on the weekend, just gone. So he's doing all right. That's the other thing too. Like it kind of sucks when like these guys like that. There's potential father sons. So the Gafer is it? I thought it was Mick Gafer's son, but like because Mick Gafer, I don't think Mick Gafer's played 100 games, or am I bugging on that? Because I don't remember Mick Gafer because that's not my time. We'll just look that up real quick. I don't believe he played 100.
But yeah, so Nick became an instant star, but Josh took a while, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, well, Josh was kind of similar to Thomas McGuan last season in the draft. So I reckon that's why my opinion is that if Eddie was at the club last season, Tom would have got picked up, but because he would have done the same for Josh. But because we now have guys that aren't, just going straight for like the charity contracts, Tom wasn't really a chance. I still think he gets picked up. I still think he gets picked up. Like if he has a moment where he can, lock in like Josh Dacos did, he could become a good player, but it won't be for another few more years yet.
Who was the higher pick?
Out of who?
Yeah, the Dacos brothers.
Nick. Absolutely Nick. Because Nick was pick 3, and then Josh was 57. Pick 3 or pick 4? I think he might be pick 4, actually.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, he was that high. I didn't know he was that high.
Oh,
Okay.
there you go. So Mick Dave had 142. Okay, so he would be a nephew because I know he's not father-son. So it must
Now,
be a nephew
Void,
then.
Void's put this list in, Collingwood, charting our fathers and sons. Now, Void, did you check out that list? Because it only goes up to Darcy Moore, 2014. So it's like missing 12 years. So there's no Dacos's, there's no Browns, there's no Kelly. I can still share it and we can still look at it.
So, how many BNFs has Nick won?
1, I think.
Only 1. Wow.
Yeah, he gets treated out of his own best and fairest.
Is that why you changed the rules?
No, because 23, Josh won it.
Josh
He won it in Yeah, so Josh won 23. But that's only because Nick ended up getting injured because Sam Mitchell's a dog.
Oh, yeah.
And he won in 24, and then Cameron won it last year.
Well, can't believe Darcy Cameron won one, to be fair. Jesus.
Okay.
Well, he had a great year, but once the rock
Yeah.
rules came in, they fucked him over.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So here we go. Heath Shepherd.
Yep.
Son of Graham, 46 games. He was a decent little player. Small forward. Ernie Hug Jr. Know the family well. Very good friends with his sister, Catherine. Very sad story. This family's cursed. Like Ernie Hug Sr. died tragically in a farm accident, very young. And his father died in a railway crossing accident. And then the brother of Ernie Hug Jr., who I played a lot of footy with, Peter, he tragically died on the field in a game of footy for sale. Yep.
Wow.
Absolutely cursed. So sad. So Ernie Hug Sr. was a champion. He was number 7, Collingwood. He had these huge hands. He could hold like 2 dozen eggs in his hands or something like that. Now when he got recruited to Collingwood, very wealthy family. They owned a lot of land down near Sale, and he turned up for his first training session in a Rolls Royce, and they called Ernie the Rolls Royce Magpie.
Makes sense.
So, yeah, Ernie Hug Jr., very good footballer, very good sportsman. Surprising he didn't make it. Nick Davis, forgot about him. Fuck, he was a good player.
Yes.
Yeah, that's I'm pretty sure with Lucas, that's his favorite player. Yeah, is that right, Lucas?
Oh fuck no.
Nick
What that-
Davis.
Yeah,
Nick Davis.
That
I
game
see it,
against,
but I don't
the
believe
one
it.
against Sydney. You remember it? In
How did
04?
he get to Sydney? How the fuck did he get to Sydney? What was that trade about?
I'm not sure.
that the
but I'll
Rocket
tell you
trade?
what, we
It might have been the Rocket trade.
Yeah. Just such
Thanks
a
for that. That's the trade that fucking cost us the grand final.
You love that moment every time with Anthony Hudson.
No, we got him back though. We got him back in that grand final, so it's all right. But yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So there's 12. Okay, so so Nick Davis is a hit. Brad Oborn, son of Rod. only 5 games. Reece
Yep.
Shaw, you could argue he's a hit.
Yeah,
Yep.
especially if you include the Sydney games.
Yeah.
Yep, ended up being a
Won a
premiership
premiership
player.
at Collingwood,
Not at
didn't he?
us. Yep, so that's
What
That's
Reece?
2.
No, Reece didn't.
yeah. Reece played in a premiership with Sydney.
Yeah, it was Sydney. Sorry, I thought he meant
Yeah,
Collingwood.
He did, yeah.
Jason
yeah.
Cloak, 76 games. He was one of our best players for a couple of years there. So he's a hit. Cameron, nope. Braden Shaw, nope. Heath Shaw, obviously a hit. Travis Shaw, a hit. Jackson, Barham, a miss. Darcy Moore, a hit. So this is quite an old page because this is hasn't even
Yeah,
got
Darcy hasn't played a game yet.
Yeah. So 1. So how many was there? 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jeez, we actually did well early on. So that's 6 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. So at that stage, we were hitting with 50%. I'd say it's gone downhill since then.
Like everything else.
It should improve pretty soon though with some of the kids that are coming through.
Oh, we only got pick 21 for Nick Davis. Who did we blow that on?
What year was that?
2002, wasn't it? Someone said.
2002.
Oh no, played. Yeah, you left in 02.
Yep. Yeah, he would have been handy in 03. Not sure we would have won though. That when Anthony Rocker got rubbed out in the prelim, that was our chances in 03 gone. Who was that forward? Voidoid? Tristan Walker. Does anyone remember Tristan Walker?
Yep.
I think it was his first game. Oh God. I'll never forget that Reece Shaw moment when he tried to run out of the back line and bounced it and left the ball behind him, and Lynchy scooped on it. And it was like, sort of like you knew then we weren't going to do it.
What pick did you have? What pick did you say it was?
21 for Nick Davis.
Yeah.
I'm taking Void's. I can tell you, Matt, you remember we selected Bo Nixon. I don't even remember who that is. You sure it wasn't Bo Jackson? He would have been handy. He could play every sport. That'd be him.
I feel like every time I hear that, every time I see that name, I always think of Ben Dixon.
How about this?
Someone's just misspelled it.
How about this for a name? You drafted oh fuck, where is he? Yeah, Billy Morrison from Tasmania.
Don't even know who that is.
That was in 2003.
No, I have no idea then.
Okay.
Because I was watching games when I was a kid, but I didn't take in information, I feel like, till ironically, until Paulie Pendles rocked up.
So how old were you in 02, 03, Sean?
7 and 8.
Oh, okay, right. So that's sort of like your earliest grand final memories, pretty much.
Yeah.
That's the.
And the only memories I have was being at I remember going to like a holiday resort, and we would always go same time every year. And every year, because I remember they'd have it playing in what do they call it? Like a social room, and there'd be like glass, and outside of the glass was like a big pool there. And So I'd be more interested in like swimming in the pool than watching the footy. But every time I hopped out of the pool, you couldn't like unsee the TV through the glass.
Yeah.
There was like this like big like social sort of like room and stuff. There's like pool tables and all that stuff. But there was like a big pool because it would have been I don't know. It wouldn't have been summer, but I'm sure it would have been hot enough to hop in the pool and stuff because that's all I remember being about 7 or 8 years old and hopping in the pool, going for a swim and look, Collingwood was playing football and not knowing it was a grand final.
So what we've got in common, Sean, as Collingwood supporters is we both saw losing Collingwood grand finals when we were 7 years old, 20 years apart. You saw Brisbane beating us in 2002, and I saw Carlton beating us in 1981, the same age, just 20 years apart.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a start.
I remember 80. I don't really remember 79. I remember being 5 years old and I was in kindergarten at that time, but maybe I've blocked it out of my mind, losing to Carlton by 1 point or whatever it was in 1979. So the first grand final I really remember was getting smashed by the Tigers in 80. And then 81, we thought we were going to win that. It was 19 goals up in the third quarter. And I thought, here we go. And then Carlton kicked a couple of quick goals before three-quarter time. And they were back in it.
Gee.
Yep.
Yeah.
We've been losing grand finals at the selection table for a while now. Peter Moore had a hamstring injury and was useless that day. Played him at full forward, he couldn't run. So that's 2 grand finals and a prelim that I can think of that we've lost because of playing injured players. 81, 2011, and last year in the prelim. Playing Checkers and Howie.
Oh yeah, because you lost Pendlebury early, but yeah.
Yeah, that was bad luck. But
yeah.
But playing Checkers, he had like a ligament off the bone. It's ridiculous. Howie just wasn't fit enough.
Yeah.
Do you reckon he would have won if Pendlebury didn't do it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the turning points was selection night, Pendles, which was out of our control, and at halftime we were in front, and Darcy Cameron got the first 5 centre bounces when you got Cox sitting on the bench. And they gapped the game. They had like 3 forward stoppage goals. They had 5 centre clearance in a row and scored a 4, gapped the game in 5 minutes. Fucking fly started DC. Fucking hell. Like, this is the fucking hell. It was gone. That was the game gone. And then, everyone talks about the McStay kick to Elliott. That didn't help. Not McStay. I'm sorry, Membry. Membry kicked it to Elliott. Shouldn't have kicked it, but it was one of the most obvious front-on free kicks you are ever going to see. That was just don't like Collingwood. You're not getting that.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that free kick? That non-free kick, Lucas?
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah.
Was it Starcevic?
Yeah.
It was front on contact, too high, and just being a fuckwit in general. So 3 reasons for a free kick.
Well, why did Harris Andrews come out? Yeah, Starcevic, yeah.
But, we can blame the umpire. Membry should have gone back and had a shot at goal. And that goes up the other end. So that was a 12-point play. That happens, goes straight down the ground. Like, they ended up winning by what? 4 goals or something in the end?
Yeah.
Yeah, they won pretty.
But that was such a huge shift in momentum. We were absolutely coming, and then in an instant, it's a 12-point difference.
The one thing I don't
Yeah.
get though is that for someone that is literally paid to be a forward, and someone that is also known for, because sometimes you can be a forward and not known to be like your biggest strength may not be goal kicking, but the fact that was like Membry's 1 wood, I just don't understand why he didn't back himself in, because he had plenty of time and space. Like it's just it's just one of those like I guess decisions, kind of like similar to like the Stephen Milne bounce in 2010. If the ball doesn't bounce right and all that stuff, but at least with Membry, like he made the choice to not take the game on, because if you're a forward and fourth quarter, like the game's in the balance, like surely I'd like to know how much time was left on the clock, because surely as a player you're probably sitting there with ball in hand being like, fuck, we have a shot on goal, surely I should just pull the trigger regardless, even if I miss. Because unless if you had Elliott who was in the goal square alone and like he had a paddock, why are you passing that?
Yeah.
Just don't understand.
Hey, have you guys ever seen the Robert Walls and Kevin Sheedy confrontation on Talking Footy?
I don't think so.
No.
We have your seed if you want to put it up.
Yeah.
Have you in the chat, Void? I bet you Void's seen it. Void and Ray, if you're listening, have you seen the Kevin Sheedy and Robert Walls Blue? Okay.
Yeah,
right, let's play it.
Vaguely remember it. Yeah, let's play it.
Do you guys mind if I play that?
Yeah, play that. Yeah.
This was back in the day when
I was just going to ask Sean one question. That was Membry free? Because did he have when he passed it to Elliott? Was anyone on the mark? Because he could have just ran and kicked the goal.
Yeah, he ran in and kicked over the top to Elliott. Like he could have had the shot.
Well, that's
I'm watching the highlights.
He has to have a shot.
Yeah. Because he shat bricks in a pressure moment. It's the only answer. I'm watching the highlights now of the Brisbane game just to confirm that. But yeah, give me a few minutes.
They won the game. They really did win the game in that first 5 to 10 minutes of the third quarter. That was when they turned it.
Yeah, just like the grand final.
True.
And Fly's stubbornness to not make a move in the centre.
Yeah.
Well, Matt, who would you play instead of Mychek if you were the coach? Because you knew McStay wasn't.
McStay was fit.
We knew he was, but he was hurt, wasn't he?
No, McStay was fit. He just fell out of favour towards the end of the year. He fell out of Club Fly, lost his membership towards the end of the year, or at least he got a suspension from the Club Fly membership. So a lame Checkers who's only usually good for 1 or 2 goals at best, and you're playing him over McStay. Jeremy Howe, maybe we get away with him. Like he didn't have any obvious injuries, but he was so underdone fitness wise that he really had no impact. Okay.
I tell you what though, because I was actually a big critic of Checkers during like the finals, his finals efforts, because he was actually one of the guys where he actually wouldn't perform in finals, and then it wasn't until he left I then kept saying, well, Checkers hasn't been a proven finalist in terms of being a good player in finals, and I just find it funny that people didn't start to agree with that till he left. So. Yeah, that very interesting.
This is from the channel Retrospective. I hope you don't mind us sharing this, guys. It's a good channel, this.
There, don't go away. Kevin Sheedy will join us on Talking Footy right after this break.
Young Caro.
Welcome back to Talking Footy. Without doubt, one of the major talking points of the last week has been the bit of...
Welcome back to Talking Footy.
That's special.
Lovely.
Oh, that's
Left foot.
delicious.
Oh, look at him.
That's
Long
delicious.
Liberatore.
Cyril, that's
Left foot.
delicious. Cyril's delicious.
A feud between two of the game's legitimate legends, Robert Walls and Kevin Sheedy. Last Monday, Robert wrote an article about Tony Liberatore, which caused great debate in the broader football community. At a press conference to promote the round 3 clash...
Can you hear that okay, guys?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
between Carlton and Essendon, Bomber coach Kevin Sheedy had this to say.
A lot of people are very righteous. I mean, there are a lot of snipers out there in the 1970s and 80s, and all of a sudden now they're trying to say, I mean, you know, let's clean the game up. And some of those blokes are now writing articles and making comments. I said, felt like saying the other, weekend, I said all snipers weren't in Vietnam in the 70s.
Well, the common belief was that Kevin Sheedy was referring indirectly to Robert Walls with his comments about snipers. When Robert had this put to him last Tuesday night on Talking Footy, this is what he had to say.
I reckon it might have been
Couldn't
me.
name names though, couldn't he?
But if it was me, he should have had the courage to say so.
Well, the feud simmered throughout the week. Robert in Wednesday's Age wrote a column naming the most overrated player on each club's list. Stephen Alessio was the Bomber mentioned. This clearly irked Kevin Sheedy. Robert followed up on Saturday with glowing praise for Wayne Britton's coaching in Carlton's upset win over Essendon, highlighting Britton's capacity to keep his eye on the ball, something which again seemed to annoy Kevin Sheedy. And by Saturday, it had reached boiling point, as we all found out on Melbourne radio station 3AW.
I'll talk to you about plumbers and teachers on Tuesday night.
Well, 65% winning ratio to compare to your middle 30s. Good luck to you. Doesn't worry me.
I tell you what, I'll talk to you about that on Tuesday night
Well,
too.
maybe you went to Brisbane and hit, pal. See you later.
Kevin, welcome. Welcome to the program.
It was a pretty tight session, wasn't it?
How do you feel about it now? I mean, you were obviously pretty upset on Saturday.
Oh, look, I've been probably upset a fair while about Robert and some of the things he said at a coaching conference early this year, and probably it's the first time I've spoken to him, so I'll let him have it.
That conference was written this morning, Caroline Wilson's article. Was that an absolutely accurate article from your point of view?
Well, I'd have to say the person I spoke to that was at the conference said to me that Robert was fairly, well, I'd have to say that, not a really good coach. Overrated coach, those sorts of comments, and it went further and further. And I thought to myself, well, gee whiz, if that's what a coaching conference is about, then look out when I get my first chance.
Let me say here, I spoke at that coaches' conference. I never said you were overrated. And you can talk to Alan Jeans about that because he was at my side. What I did say was that whilst you've coached 20 years, it's narrow experience because you've only ever coached at the one team. I was talking to a group of 30 players who were all around the 29, 30 age mark, all looking to coach in the future. And I was talking to them about the pitfalls of going to clubs where you didn't get much support. And some of those players will take on those jobs because they'll be desperate to do it. And I've had the experience of being at bottom of the ladder clubs. Twice I took on wooden spoon teams. And I also know what it's like to coach at a team that gives you every support. And what I said was, you've been at the one club for 20 years, at a club that's given you every support. I didn't say you're overrated. And as I said, Alan Jeans was there.
Well,
you ask Alan.
Yeah, I've only got to interview probably the next 30 guys are going out, prospective coaches. And from my point of view, I wasn't too pleased with it. And I'll trust the people that I spoke to as far as that. And look, coaching's not easy. It doesn't matter whether you stay in a club for 20 years. It is a very, very hard journey to stay in a club 20 years. And
no doubt about that.
Very, very difficult. And I know that going to Brisbane is very, very difficult too, particularly where you ended up in the Gold Coast. But, when the rules changed between VFL to AFL, we were at least the one club, Essendon, that gave Brisbane 7 players, of which at least 4 or 5 are fairly good players. At each time, yourself asked for myself or the team to come up and play in Cairns or Maroochydore, we were the only ones probably that went. I remember distinctly the Cairns game. So I thought that, you know, there's a lot of aspects to coaching other than just winning a game of footy. And that's probably where I'm coming from in regard to our club has gone all over Australia to support footy. And as a coach, you've got to convince your board whether you should do it. Now, when that comes back at a seminar and you're there to promote coaching and hopefully these guys are going to be great coaches, when I heard what I heard, I was pretty savage, I'll be honest.
Well, you say there have been 2 jobs, in my opinion, in the last 20 years where a coach gets every support, and that's been at Carlton. And I had that job for 4 years, so I know what it's like to be able to drive in the driver's seat of a Rolls Royce, as you've done. I think you've been a good coach, let me say that from the start. But you have no idea what it's like to take on a wooden spoon team. And for you to say that you went to Brisbane and hid, that's offensive and insulting.
Well, it can be offensive.
Let me tell you, you wouldn't know what it was like to have an owner of a club who wanted to close it down every second week. You wouldn't know what it was like to have 90% of your players who come from outside that state are homesick, don't get opportunities because no one's interested in Aussie rules up there. You wouldn't know what it was like to go to your own bank and pull money out to pay your best and fairest winner because the club couldn't afford it. So you don't know really, you haven't got a broad experience of coaching. You've been at the one club for 20 years. Malthouse has got a broad experience because he's coached the Bulldogs for 6 years. Middle of the road battling club when he was there.
Where
He
do you
then
think
took on the
Robert, where
West
do you
Coast
think Essendon
Eagles.
were at the start of the 80s?
And then he took on Collingwood. So he's seen football from 3 different clubs and 3 different angles. All I'm saying is that you
Essendon
haven't
were
seen
at the start
anything
of the
but
80s?
one view, which is a pretty good one.
Where do you think Essendon were at the start of the 80s? They had not won a final. They hadn't beaten Carlton for a decade. They wouldn't know and didn't know at one stage what it was like to win a final for something like 13 or 14 years. We cleared 70% of the list by the time we won the 84 premiership. So every coaching job has a difficulty.
I think
That's what I'm saying.
I think the surprising thing for an outsider is
Every coaching job has a difficulty.
You both seem to have been very successful. I mean, Kevin is a legendary coach from an outsider's point of view. He's won 4 premierships and has been at a club for 21 years now, which I think is a very valued thing. And Robert, you've taken on 4 clubs. You took Fitzroy from bottom to the finals. You were in 2 consecutive grand finals at Carlton. And we're also very successful in getting Brisbane into its first finals. From an outsider's point of view, it's surprising, this argument, because we would think that you've both been very successful in your own way. Kevin continuing to be, and you now in a very different role.
It depends how you view success as a coach. And I guess that's one of the things that, you know, I pumped at that coaching conference, because in the time that I was at Brisbane, the percentages were way down, but that didn't matter because what you were doing was building something so that it could go on. In many ways, I regard my time at Brisbane as being more successful than when I coached Carlton, with players that you could bring in from outside, which you could do in the 80s. You could buy them, and Carlton and Essendon could buy them.
I feel I have to go into the past, and I don't really want to, but we've all read Mike Sheehan's articles, and we read Caroline today, which was you've talked about already. Between you, won 6 premierships in 7 years between 1968 and 74. Kevin 3 with Richmond, you 3 with Carlton. You were at each other's throats. I mean, is there something from those playing days that is still simmering here between the two of you?
Point of view. Personally, I'm not from my point of view. I mean, we enjoyed the competitiveness of each other and both sides. But, you know, I thought that when you go to talk at a coaching seminar, you should be totally positive all the way through.
Yeah.
Because you're developing the
Kevin,
next
we
batch of
find it
coaches.
hard to believe that the coaching seminar, and I know you've said this, that what Robert allegedly said about you with this
that's on top
coaching
of one or
seminar
two other things. But I
is
mean,
the
I
only
didn't
reason that
appreciate
you've...
Robert's burst on Dennis Pagan, who's never missed the finals before. And here I am going to finally, gee whiz, you know, finally got back in the finals ourselves, and here's poor Dennis copping a
What
barrage.
didn't you like about the Dennis Pagan story? Because I would think that it's proven to be correct.
We actually mentioned that North should, gee whiz, it's a hard call. The guy's given everything, the players.
Of course he has. I think Dennis Pagan has been a wonderful coach, but I reckon Dennis, and this was what my article about, Dennis needed to change his ways. He had an ageing group of stars. He spelled them over summer. He got rid of some assistant coaches and brought in fresh voices. He's recruited young for the first time in a long time.
But
those things have all happened over the last 6 or 7 months.
This is exactly the same thing that happened to me after 7 or 8 years at Essendon. And we've been able to get back up there and get into another 3 or 4 grand finals and 2 preliminary finals, well, you get beaten by a point. Well, but, you know, you're up in that top 3 or 4 on another 5 or 6 occasions, whatever. It's very, very hard calling, Dennis.
Kevin, we in the media...
Hard to be successful.
No doubt. In the media and as football enthusiasts, we find Robert Wall's articles refreshing, enlightening, illuminating. I get the feeling that you're objecting to the fact that he's been in the inner sanctum, like you are now as a coach, and is telling us the things that you probably don't want us to know about.
No, that's not right at all. I just think that he's a very critical person. I don't think he writes enough positive articles, and probably I'm a more positive person. I try never to write like that. I mean, I know he's a journalist now, and
Kevin, in the last week,
Yeah, absolutely. They don't have TV like this anymore. Absolutely not. What's interesting about Wolsey, what he's not getting credit for, and he doesn't get credit for because this is Void. You could tell me, is this is around 2000 and I think it's the year 2000 because I think this is just before Brisbane are about to win their three flags in a row, or they may have won one. And Wolsey set Brisbane up. He was there and got them into their first final, and then Lee Matthews goes in there, and the rest is history. So Wolsey needs to get credit for that.
you were the, I reckon, the official and the unofficial ambassador for the game of football in Australia, and yet we had. I really felt it was unedifying to hear you having to flaunt your record.
Well, I mean, Dennis said the same thing last year too. Don't forget that I'll retire with my record. I mean, sometimes that happens. I mean, a lot of people think out there that whatever Robert says is the absolute. That's it in coaching. Robert Walls and myself are very different personalities, okay? And we coach differently and we think about football differently. And a lot of people in the press don't look at that. So, you know, you have an opinion and that's great. But when you really understand the different personalities and the different styles of coaches out there, and Robert has done well as a coach, and so have I, but it's not the only way. And when I read and when I listen, and he does write some great articles and he does make some terrific comments now on the television, but it's still just that one way. And I think there's another group of coaches.
Is someone sleeping?
No.
Lucas? I think Lucas has gone bye-byes. I'll just mute him.
No, I'm still here.
Was that you? Was that you snoozing?
No, I was still here. I muted my mic. I was talking, but didn't know I muted my mic. So I was like, oh, what the fuck? Why can't he hear me?
Okay.
No, what was your question?
I said, were you going snoozy bye-byes?
No, I just couldn't. I was talking. I just couldn't. I didn't know my mute was mic'd. But no, I heard all.
What does he sound like? You sound
like you've just woken up, buddy. I think busted.
Damn. Caught red-handed.
Yep.
I heard all the Kevin Sheedy stuff, and
my mute was mic'd. My mute was mic'd.
That's the safe bet. That's the safe answer. No, I heard all the stuff about Kevin Sheedy and Robert Wall. So yeah, I didn't miss too much.
It's okay, mate. It's okay.
They perhaps don't coach like Robert, and I'm one of them.
Would you agree that you've behaved in a rather irrational manner over
I think
the
we
last
both
week?
have, because I still think that Robert shouldn't have said what he said at the coaching seminar.
And what has your club said to you over the last few days? Would they rather you just...
Well, no, I think they just make sure that you simmer it down and let's get on with the job of coaching, which is what we've got to do. But I still don't think that really, when it's all said and done, that there are a lot of different styles of coaches.
There was no animosity between you two from your playing
not
days.
at all.
Did you know each other socially then? Did you...
Oh, we knew each other. Look, I've got no problem with the playing days.
No.
And Kevin would be amazed, actually, at the similarities of our backgrounds. Because you talk about the Paran days and the streets and all of that sort of stuff. I was doing the same thing in Brunswick at the same time.
Is this plumbers and teachers, is it?
Well, they're different personalities, different styles. I don't
pretty
need
much
to be taught and told by people out there that are very structural in regard to the process of how to play a game of footy, how to run a game of footy. I mean, there are strengths on either side of different types of coaches where we're coming from. And one of mine happens to be getting good players.
Kevin, one of the things I find hard to understand is that why didn't you ring Robert Walls up after that coaches conference privately and say to him, Wallsy, we've got a problem. Let's go and have a coffee and sort it out.
Well, why would I have to ring Robert Walls up every time I got a problem with him?
Well, that seems to be the big problem.
I'll be ringing you up every week.
Better than going on television and calling it a snipe.
Well, I never said that. So be very careful about that, because you know
Kevin,
that's a very
everybody who heard that comment
that's the typical.
believed you. You weren't referring to Robert Walls?
No, that's the Herald Sun writing exactly about age riders, and I thought you would have known that.
Who were you inferring was a snipe?
All the articles, all the comments by all the players in the 70s and 80s, which covers a hell of a lot of people.
None of them are right.
Kevin, you can't back away from back away from the fact that you were talking about Robert Walls.
He was talking about Wolsey though. She's got a point.
Yeah.
Because it was after his comments at this coaching seminar, and he was getting all fired up about it, and then he says, "Yeah, I'll just say it. In the 70s, not all the snipers were in Vietnam." So who's he? What? He's talking about another rider at the age, and he was talking about Robert Walls. So it's obvious he's talking about him. Now he's just straight out gaslighting.
Yeah.
You should just, in that situation, you just come out and say, yeah, look, that wasn't, yep. Yeah, I did say about that. You was a heat of the moment. That wasn't fair. Sorry, Wolsey. Not good
I just don't understand how because I feel like that's just not a football, obviously, issue, but it's like kind of a world issue where, like, I don't know, it's just like we're so quick to just, like, you know, the second we get caught in something, we just don't sort of just own up to it.
Yep. Especially when it's obvious. I mean, you know, you should own up to it regardless. But you know, when it's like, you know, like
because it's not that he's like not being honest, but it's just, well, I guess there is an element of it, but I'm sure there's a better word for it. But like,
there's lying and then taking everyone for fools and gaslighting.
Yeah.
So it just makes it worse.
Yeah.
Well, you must have been thinking it, were you?
Everybody knew you were talking about.
I never named Robert Walls. He just jumped on him, and that's what a.
I don't know any other player from the 70s and 80s who was writing articles
Kevin,
about Tony
What a terrible mistake to do.
Don't talk in riddles. Answer the question, and the question is,
Robert, I never mentioned your name.
Was I a sniper?
All the 70s and 80s, that people out there making the comments, and if I said on the radio, if the hat fits, then
I'm not saying you're a sniper, but you do got a gun in your hand.
Blood's called you back.
Well, in what way?
Well, you just won't name me.
Well,
and
why should
I don't mind if you name me, to tell you the truth. It doesn't worry me. The one thing I would say, and I don't know whether you think.
This is the thing. He's saying that I don't mind if you name me, but just be man enough to just say you were talking about me.
Yeah.
Like, and we'll be done with it and we can move on.
And this is the guy that's trying to advocate for her to be the Essendon coach as well, too. Well, let me just put that out there.
Yeah.
This way or not. We both played in a pretty tough era with good teams and pretty solid expectations from most of us. Now, we did things in those days, 60s and 70s, that
wouldn't stand up today.
Well, I look back on it now, and it's not something I'm not particularly proud of, some of the things that I did. And I would like to think that our sons and our grandsons can play on a safer field than we did. I think that's important. So that's how I see it. Look, we did things because that was the expectation then, but for goodness sake, we've gone on a third of a century since then.
Yeah, well, we all coach differently.
Sheets, were you Towie coming in tonight?
I felt I was coming to a tribunal. And I want to have one of them last year. But look, to be quite honest, at least I put on the table, at least I spoke to him on the radio, and that's what I felt. Now, what jumped out, and I've been holding that inside. But, you know, Robert's got footy every week. He's had 4 matches this weekend. He's got the radio, he's got the microphone, he's got the pen. And we only have a comment every probably 3 minutes, 4 minutes, twice a week.
You've got your own column sheets.
But I don't write negative.
Maybe you're rattled by the fact that he's a bit more accurate than some. Robert.
In what way?
Well, I mean, maybe the fact that, as Bruce said earlier, Robert's come out of one world and into another, and he's writing about the game in a more honest.
Honest. You're saying coaches are dishonest.
Well, he's
Oh.
sometimes games, definitely in a more honest and occasionally
What a
brutal,
sort.
occasionally glowing fashion than any other.
It's not an easy game.
I mean,
former
I'm
coach
one of the
players.
biggest
Well,
like Cara
coaching's not
haters
easy.
out there.
It's not.
That's
It's
a
not
bit-
an easy
that's-
game.
yeah.
And
And
you
last
haven't
week,
coached.
in the days leading up to a very big game for you, did you take your eye off the ball?
Well, I don't think I did because I made 3 comments, which took about a minute each.
Kevin,
3
whoever you
minutes.
were referring to,
Watch this the way he looks down his nose at Caro here. Very stern. Watch this.
Take your eye off the ball?
Well, I don't think I did because I made 3 comments, which took about a minute each.
Kevin,
Oh.
whoever you were referring to about the Liberatore Knights article, the article that I wrote, you obviously were not happy with it. And I was unhappy about a behind-the-play incident. You yourself were unhappy about a behind-the-play incident last year.
That's right.
And you made your thoughts well known when you came on the
Absolutely,
field.
because I saw the player. I was standing right next to him. The doctor said, with 90 seconds to go before the siren, I think he's got a busted cheekbone and he cannot see out of one eye. Now, that's the doctor telling me. Then the siren goes. So, very, very difficult position to be in, isn't it? When one of your players are there.
Oh, I understand that.
Now, do you guys know the incident he's talking about?
No.
Now, Voido, is he talking about the Mitchell White incident? I think he's talking about they were playing West Coast at Marvel, if it would have been called Telstra Dome or something back then. And Mitchell White had done something dirty, taken out his player, and he came onto the ground and he gives this big, like, I'm going to slit your throat type action, like from ear to ear.
Yeah,
like,
I remember that. Yeah,
like,
I remember that.
pointing at him
Yeah,
like, you're fucked.
Yeah, I remember that
Voido
one.
can
Yeah.
probably confirm.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, I know.
But you
Now that
don't
you
like
said the slit throating, yeah.
Yeah. Again, it's like all you have to do is go, yeah, heat of the moment. Don't do that at home, kids. I was very upset at the time, but not the type of thing you want to be doing. And it's family fun and entertainment. Like,
Somebody else prepared to write about a behind-the-play incident, but you're happy to jump out and give your thoughts.
Yeah, defend my player.
So
Absolutely.
you could,
Not bad.
you could understand what Danny Frawley did with Knights.
Oh, I could. Quite easily.
Is there anything you regret, Sheet? I get the feeling you wish you hadn't gone on AW now.
Oh, that was probably fairly harsh on Robert, I'd say, yeah. But, I mean, look, Robert said, Robert's been out there and, he's coached and he knows how hard it is and he's had his training drills. I mean, something will jump up in the next week or two and it'll bite us all on the bum and all of a sudden you wish it hadn't happened.
Three-quarter
Well, I
time.
feel like
and
he
it will
just
happen.
champed him
Kevin, you
without
led by
saying
11
chant.
points at three-quarter time.
what's that?
Well, I feel like he just champed him without saying chant. Like just the way he was like
One
talking, it was
champ.
like, oh, yeah, no, like he basically, like he obviously didn't say the word, but you go back and look at that sentence, it just it just felt like it came from an ivory tower, and you're just looking at like the peasants below, basically. Like,
Oh, what's Voido saying here? So he did the cutthroat gesture, but did you hear it was all debunked years later? Someone lied to Sheeds about who the culprit was. So Sheeds used that as an excuse that he did it to the wrong person? Is that what you're saying, Void?
The game was up for grabs. It was tight, wasn't it? It was interesting. You took charge of the coaching at three-quarter time. None of the assistants. God, Sheeds, you were very animated, and you could see that you were.
Most coaches are at three-quarter time, aren't they?
Well,
not everyone, but I'd say most.
I haven't seen you like this for a little while.
Well, it's only 3 weeks into the season. But, we're ahead of all the changes, and only just. I mean, everybody talks about flooding, and yet we were the ones that were doing the flooding in the first quarter.
But
No one understood that.
Going back to Caroline's question, did the whole week, was it a burden for you on Thursday night at all, the rest of the week?
No. 21 years.
Not at all?
No, well, I just go
You
that
carried
game.
none of that with you into that game?
No, you don't. I mean, the hardest part really in the end was, to be quite honest, is Carlton made 3 changes a half hour before the game. And that was very difficult to coach with.
I think you were distracted. I think you were distracted in the days leading up to the
Caroline,
game.
you wouldn't know.
Well, Kevin, I know that you were very, very upset about Robert, and that you have been for some time. And I don't believe that 3 comments over.
Can we have someone say that to Cara these days? Caroline,
Yeah, I
you just
know,
wouldn't know.
right?
You just wouldn't know. Go back and make some sandwiches, Caro, okay?
Yeah, I was about to say she turned it right into a sexist comment straight away.
Can you please make me another cup of tea, Caro? And a biscuit?
3 minutes with the amount of time you spent stewing over Robert Walls last week.
Oh, I think that you have 3 changes a half hour before the game, and they're very, very good players.
I'm not suggesting that's why you were beaten, by the way.
I'm just letting you know that it's very difficult. You've never coached, and you got to understand.
Where do we go from that? I mean, this is personal now, but in the relationship between the two of you. I mean,
I think we're probably like two guys with the hose over the fence. Just working each other. Yeah, I thought it'd be played tonight. Well, I thought it'd be fantastic just to see.
There's a lot of the old showgirl in Sheets.
We actually used to be neighbours for 20 years.
Just pour the hose over the fence.
Were you in the same street?
Same suburb.
Same suburb. Who shifted?
I did.
Good idea.
I had to get out.
There wasn't a sort of renovation.
Wasn't big enough for 2 of us.
No.
A good idea.
I think Schimmelbusch lived around the corner and Dempsey and the other boys.
Have you ever had a drink?
No. Well, I don't think so.
You've had a cup of tea. You came
Oh, come around
you
your
came
place,
around and asked me a few ideas.
Yeah. About writing. So we start again. And,
I sort of want to keep going. I want to talk about the game slightly, but I feel
well, we think we should, shouldn't we? I mean, we've had our.
Well, okay. We'll now.
Want to get on with life? I'm quite happy with that, but
you wouldn't shake hands and make up. Would you?
We just did before the show.
Oh, did you? I didn't see.
I know. See, you don't see everything.
That's for sure.
Would you have a cup of tea with him now, Robert?
I'll have a cup of tea with anyone. Kevin, you've lost 4 out of 6 if you count Ansett Cup.
Oh,
now, last year you won everything.
Side and
Yeah, I know. But you have lost 4 out of 6. Are there areas of concern?
Look, I'd like to think that we could be playing better. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And I think that even though we've kicked 23 goals in the first 2 matches.
All right, that's the good stuff done.
Yeah, all I've got to say is that this is the guy that's been advocating for Herd, and Essendon supporters reckon it's going to go down well.
Yeah.
Just making that point known.
Gave more to Caro than Wolsey in that clip, didn't he?
Yeah.
He actually made Caro likeable. He actually made Caro somewhat likeable.
Caro hasn't always been a witch. He was quite a good journo back in the day, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Voido's just sent us another one. It's Mick Malthouse one.
Oh yes, please.
Oh, no.
Wasn't there a reporter that Malthouse loved to go after, like Mark Stevens?
Mark Stevens, yep.
Yeah, fuck, I love one of those ones.
Yeah,
like the comment about the marbles. Something about marble, because Mark Stevens asked him.
It was Robbo who said.
Yeah,
yeah,
because he asked the question of "Oh, did you guys come to play?" It's like, what? Oh, but did you guys come to play? It's like, come to play what? Did we come to play marbles? Did we come to what? Do you... I tell you what, if you guys can ever find the clip of the Dale Thomas interview where, if you can ever find the press conference of Dale Thomas talking about the when he was asked about if he's had a consistent year, and he says something to the effect of oh yeah, no, I definitely had a consistent year. It's like, well, how can you say that? It's like you've literally been inconsistent this whole season. It's like, oh, but that's pretty consistent, right? I've been pretty consistent being inconsistent. If someone can get that out, I will love them forever. Because I was trying to look for it a while back, but I could never find it. Fuck, I remember pissing myself laughing whenever he had that.
Here for you. You're a proud man. What sort of influence did the Stephen Milne episode have on you as an individual?
Gone and done, dusted.
Do you have regret?
You know, if you regretted nothing in life, and I'm not going to say I regret that, okay? No, hang on. It's done and dusted. If you want to keep resurrecting things, that I don't.
But it's a fair question.
Well, I don't. I say in life that when you go through life, you mentioned the word about learning. Learning to me is looking at everything, weighing it up. What sort of effect does it have on the group you're with? Does it take you forward? Does it take you back? If it's starting to take you back, you drop it off. If it takes you forward, go for it. If you need to correct it, correct it. But life is never going to be plain sailing in any nature, particularly a volatile sport that is elite. So when you've got an elite sport, people are chasing a diamond. And to get that, you...
What year is this, Boyd?
This was the Marvel game when Milne and Malthouse had an issue. This would have been around 2010. Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Yeah.
Didn't Malthouse call him a rapist?
Well, he was one, so
yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah,
just-
but
yeah,
but he actually said
allegedly.
he
Actually, no, I'm
he
pretty sure he
actually
got.
said-
Actually, yeah, let's just.
Allegedly.
we'll let that- Allegedly, yeah. Because Malthouse is a
long as
good
you play
family
within the
man
rules.
with good values.
Try to do everything you possibly
But
can.
it wasn't just a Collingwood issue. This is an individual issue.
Well, if we're going to do this, I'm sorry, it's dead and I'll just...
No, I'm just
I'll be the
interested.
bench
I'm
on kids.
interested that you won't ever answer the question. That's all.
Well, there you go.
Right, let me take over then. I think we're clear on that. We haven't got much time with you, so we've got to
realise
get
that.
through. Let's see as many as we can. Josh Fraser, 199 games. You see him playing sooner rather than later?
Josh is a good footballer. Josh has been, I think, affected by that knee. I think he's one of the very few, and unfortunately the rule hasn't helped, that he got injured in that day with the circles the way they were, and it's been one of the great blessings, I think, for Ruckman, that rule. Will he play? Yes, he will. He'll get his 200th game. I'm not going to say it's going to be this week, next week, or the week after. I think that's unfair for Josh, and it's certainly unfair for the rest of the side, because we pick a side. We're there to win.
Yep.
And that's the basic thing. As I say to every player, don't look at who we leave out. Look at who we've got in. We want that person out. We say we want that person in. So, and when you look at it and you go 20, there's 22. You know, oh, look who's on the side. Well, it's just, at times it's called bad luck.
Mick, you had a brilliant win brilliant team effort on
What was
the
the rule?
weekend against the Saints.
Sorry?
What was the rule?
The
I don't
ruck
know,
rule.
Yeah.
They used to have like this rubber pad where they'd bounce the ball on, and I think people were slipping on it and doing their knees.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I hate this. Why is this app sucks? Don't like it.
Always been amazed at Collingwood's ability to play in big, challenging games and get the job done. Very even team, etc. You come up against the Tigers this week, who've come off a bit of a whacking. I also think Collingwood has dropped their guard against lesser teams, and they've had fluctuating
Yeah, we've been doing that for centuries.
intensity. You're really on guard this week, don't you?
Oh, well, you're on the money. When was Brisbane's last win? But I think Brisbane were a pretty good football side that night. They beat us. We had them. They got back, lifted the crowd, and they won the game of football. This game is going to be is got the same danger signs. I've watched Richmond now 2 or 3 times over the last. Well, I watched them on the weekend, and I think it was probably a little bit unfair to sort of judge them on the weekend. I thought North Melbourne played it beautifully, and those conditions probably didn't suit Richmond. And taking nothing away from North, they were terrific, but I've watched them over the last couple of weeks, and
Does this get spicy again, Void? And are we missing part 1? Did that maybe have the... Oh, whatever. It's okay. Keep playing.
and really, they could have matched it with anyone. So yes, it is a big danger game.
What happened to Dane Swan on Saturday night? We've got a
Here we
statement
go.
from the club saying that he needs dental work after an incident at a nightclub. Is that right?
That is right. Yeah.
You know what happened?
Not totally. No.
You've spoken to Dane.
I've spoken to the club about it. Yeah.
Will he play this week?
Oh, absolutely. Have you read the release?
Yeah, I mean,
Well, have you read the release?
Yeah, and I just wanted to hear it from you.
No,
that's
no,
all.
no. So you don't believe the release, or you do believe the release?
Well, he's got having dental work.
Yeah.
He's obviously been attacked by someone.
That's right.
And you know more, but you don't want to talk about it?
No, I really know not a great deal more.
You're concerned that he was out late, or
No, not at all, because it was about 1 o'clock.
You look like you're coaching as well as you ever have and enjoying it as much as you ever have. It's an inevitable question, but it's going to be hard to walk away from at the end of next year.
Well, contract's a contract. And, one of the things that I've always been warned about by people that are very close to you, don't wish your life away. So I'm not going to hope that the next year and a bit dissolves like that. I'm going to enjoy every possible game. And I don't want to wait for round 18 when round 17 is right in front of me, and I don't want to wait for round 22 next year when round 17 is right in front of me. So I intend to enjoy every round. I intend to get everything possibly I can out of myself and my team, and then I'm going to continue at Collingwood within the contract that I've signed.
You're not going to. I'm enjoying the conversation. You're not going to wish, though, if you're in your career best coaching form, you're not going to wish that you could have still coached.
Well, I'll worry about round 22 when it comes to it. I'm telling you right now that I will go into a new phase at hopefully not round 22 next year. Hopefully it's into after the final series of 2011.
be a nice problem to have after a premiership.
Nick, post game, it's a bad time for a lot of coaches answering media questions, but you tend to be very frustrated. And is it the questioning from the media that really frustrates you?
The one on the weekend.
Yeah.
Well, the one on the weekend is. I was very frustrated the one on the weekend because there was a screen right here, and the journos, one didn't ask a question for the first 25, 30 seconds, and then most of them sat watching the screen, which I thought was quite rude.
Right.
So I think I had probably every right to actually stand up and walk out on it, because it's either watch the screen or ask the questions.
Do you think there's an opportunity to do both coaches together after a game?
Oh, no. I think it's just a bit, for obvious reasons. If one gets a hiding or there's some issues or something like that, no, I wouldn't do that.
Thanks for coming in. Good timing. You're in great form, and we wish you the very best of luck in the next 10 weeks. It's going to be a fascinating journey.
Do something about your heating. It's freezing in here.
It's a hot seat, though. Don't worry about that. Mick Moldhouse joining us. The Collingwood.
Grumpy
Gee,
old
what was
bugger.
that about?
Do something about your heating.
Oh, was that just a vent out question? Oh.
What about Hutchie and Gary Lyon, the cucks, going in to save Caro
Yeah.
and throwing him some
Yeah.
football questions when they're
Yeah.
getting grilled?
Bloody Grant Thomas.
He was good in the media. He was too honest. That was his problem. That's why I
Yeah.
got rid of him.
Yeah,
He was good in the media.
he was Grant.
Yeah.
All right, boys. I think that's about it.
No.
That'll
Yeah,
do us.
most of the thing, haven't we? Yeah.
Yeah, so if you guys want to jump on tomorrow, doing a little stream after Anthony's before Mick. We'll continue Chris's birthday, and hope you have a good sleep in tomorrow, Chris.
Well, I'm going out like about 1, and then I'll be home
Oh,
about, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6.
Beautiful.
I hope I'm getting paid to be on all these streams.
You are you've been graced with our presence. That's
Yes. And you keep bringing up about us going to Geelong.
Yeah, it seems I've been doing these non-stop. It feels like a 24/7 job. This, my shows, your shows, then last night, and then hopped onto yours, and again tonight. Jesus.
Yeah.
No, I love it. It's good. It's good. No,
Why
I'll
have you got
probably
Jordan
not.
why have you got Jordan De Goey as your profile picture?
Because it's going to Geelong.
Yeah, for a third round pick, is that a good trade, Chris?
No, I would keep De Goey every day of the week.
No, but apparently, haven't you heard the press release? De Goey wants to go to Geelong, and apparently Geelong only want a third round pick.
No, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I would keep it.
No, but the club's doing it though.
Yeah, that's dumb.
Yeah, well, the club's already confirmed it. He's going to Geelong for a third round pick.
Oh, my God. Oh, gee, good, Sean.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. On that note,
breaking
Matt,
news.
Yeah. Do you I'll keep
take
you
it.
guys can chat backstage if you want. If you still want to have a yarn. But I'm going to step off. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Thanks for everyone on the panel. Happy birthday, Chris. And
happy birthday, Chris.
Happy birthday, Chris.
we'll see you all soon. Go Pies.
Go
See everybody.
Pies. See ya.